When last we left off with a emotional roller coaster of a session. Velsius, in his death, finally met his patron, the chained angel Asturiel, who told him that they had both been deceived and chained by the Matron of Ravens, and that the same fate had befallen his whole family, as well as the entire city of Lathras. Sorry, my notes are up here. That's why I'm glancing away. Asturiel told Velsius that he must continue breaking the chains to free the souls of the lost, and then he would be granted the peace he and his family long for. The party was also interrogated by priest Offrid Jobert, who revealed himself to be adjudicator of Vasselheim. During this interrogation, Bazza learned that the Marquis of Otha had been found alive, and then witnessed the Temple of Arathis, the Lawbearer, get magically disassembled, its pieces flung towards the ruins of Beekeeper Peak in the distance. The party caught up to their new reality with a family dinner. And then a deal was struck with the Duergar at the entrance to the Underdark, a tentative alliance formed between 3 Duergar clans and the Arachno people through Saruman, who cannot join us for this session. Saruman was also shown a vision of a distant fortress being linked to a growing threat in the Underdark, a fortress that is also linked to Galliard's past. Finally, to reclaim his holy symbol, Galliard darkened the vibes a bit by committing the act of murder and pulling from the heart of the deceased a new holy symbol forged in the iron of their blood. Now, it is the 10th of Brusendar. We already did our death count last session. Let me double check how many people are dead. 851 people so far, and throughout the rest of the day, will have been found dead as a result of the Battle of Otha. The expedition to the temple above Beekeeper begins the morning of the 14th. Volstruckers and Judicators walk the streets of Otha as the new sun rises. What will happen next? Let's find out in this episode of The Veiled Light. The way we're going to do this is this episode will be somewhat similar to Tales of Port Damali, in that each of you, if you'd like, will have your own fun little story vignettes. I have things planned, but in terms of the order that we do these things, also if you want to do something with somebody else, just let me know. I was thinking we could roll initiative, and whoever has the highest initiative gets the first story block.
Bet.
The one time I actually roll high on initiative.
I roll basic, I think. Probably average.
We're just going with the die, right?
I got an 18, baby.
Just the die.
18.
Yeah.
No,
Just the die, no initiative bonus. Just regular.
Well, yeah, no, you can use your bonus.
Oh, 17.
17. Okay. 18. Bazza?
16.
16?
26.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Or 23.
23. All right.
Still low.
Bazza will start this off. Let me find your notes because I have hella for this. Let's see what we're doing here.
Can I, because I'm not just going to be doing much, can I start and then just kind of somebody else go, and I'll kind of pick back up later. 'Cause all I'm doing is just doing research.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah, dude.
let
run
me
your
do
game,
the
sorry.
do, and we'll see what's up. Let's go here. Bazza, you awaken in your room within Ruddy Pete's tower, wrapped up in blankets. Your clothing laid out beside you. I'm assuming on a chest of drawers or something like that, in preparation for the new day after you've meditated for your little span of time. You do notice something though, under your clothes. There seems to be a letter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn, the immersion, bro. That was crazy.
I have letters like that.
That was wild. All right, let's see. The letter reads, "To my dear servant of the Dwendalian Empire, the boy with the pitchfork in the barn. I address you as an agent of His Majesty the King, and a servant to His most noble council. It has come to my attention that you are now residing within the tower of an eccentric and notoriously dangerous wizard within the town of Other. I assure you, you are in far more mortal peril within such confines than without. Alas, to the point you are saying to yourself, very well. I bring you, Bazza der Schule, an opportunity. Something I do not bring to my targets often. I gift you with one single chance to grasp at redemption, both for yourself and for the empire you once held dear. One of your new company, a tall dragonborn, was recently seen skulking away in the night to a home near the burn scars on this island. Find yourself there under the light of Lourdes when it hangs high in the sky, and bring with you the item for which you have given and lost so much. In exchange, I can assure your safety. Nay, more than that, I can assure you a return to normalcy. I can grant you all the clemency the Empire can provide. I can grant you a new life within the borders of your once home. What am I saying? I can offer you even more than this. Bazza, you are still young. You still have much life ahead of you. I can offer you assured entry into the Sorcerer's Academy. I could provide you a future of learning and then maybe dedicated service to the empire you once called home. No more running. No more being afraid to look over your shoulder. No more people like me following in your wake, ending the lives of those whom you so foolishly befriended. I can offer you something that your father never could. I can offer you peace. Make the right decision, Bazza. Free yourself. Give up the item. Return home. Signed, Alani Vita, a loyal servant to your empire.
Vita?
Vita. Allany. Vieter.
Sorry, VIT?
Viter.
Yeah. My first thought is, oh, well, they were in my room, but then I would remember, was this the sort of not often used by me, but the spell that I had taken from their book?
Yeah. Give me an Arcana check.
Damn. 12.
12. You gauge that this is what you read. This is letter sending. This is burning a note in a fire with the thought of it being received on the person of someone that you have seen, that you know. This is Volstrucker magic. Yes.
And this is someone who has specifically seen, as a result of this, someone who has specifically seen me.
Who has seen you?
Okay. I'm not gonna get too paranoid and see if there's. I'm not gonna check for poisons or any traces on the letter. I think that's beneath them. Hold it up. And I guess I'm gonna see if Galliard's in his room.
Okay. Galliard, are you in your room?
Last session I went to go talk to Siramon, so I don't know where I would have gone from there. I think we would have come back.
Yeah. The night has passed. It is now the morning. The sun is beginning to rise on the horizon. I would assume after your conversation you would have gone back and, if need be, gotten some final sleep or, taken care of.
Yeah, because we met right at the brink of the morning. So yeah, I would assume that we go back to prep wherever we're going elsewhere.
Then, after a while, Galliard, the doorway in your room shifts back to the lobby space of the Wizard's Tower, and you see standing on the other side is Bazza.
Galliard?
If I'm sitting in bed, I am carving the item that I had brought up to Jonathan, and I'll just put that away slightly. Yeah, you can come in.
Hey. You look a little rough.
Yes.
Recovering nicely.
Gladly, yes. You
You
look a little shook. What, did the night scare you a little bit? The little dreams you might have had?
I'll just throw the kind of letter into his lap. You've been discovered, or at least your compatriot has. I don't know if you know that.
And just to touch base, the letter said what exactly about me? That they followed me to...
The letter said, of your new company, a tall blue dragonborn was recently seen skulking away in the night to a home near the burn scars of the island.
Yeah, it looks like they have an eye on me. They didn't name anybody else.
Sure, your friends there are just normal folk, but if they are not, you might be in trouble.
I mean, I don't know much about Volstruckers, but I don't know if they'll hurt innocence. But even then, I...
Finish the letter.
Excuse me. So, I mean, listen, it's not a bad deal. I wouldn't blame you for taking it. But is that what you want? This new life he promised? They promised?
I don't know. I don't think it's real. It's tempting. It's tempting to spit on the grave of my father even and walk away.
I don't think he'd blame you.
No. I have it a harder and harder time even remembering what he would even say in this circumstance, but I almost think it's moot. These are scorched earth people, in my experience. I have not... been hard to return to places where there are no loose ends.
I think you gotta weigh the options, right? I mean, you've been on the run for quite a bit, and this could be your way out. I mean, if my son was in your shoes, I would hope he made a similar decision. But like you said, I don't know much about Volstruckers. They may be grimy in the way they do business, and it might just be a trap.
No, either. Regardless of what the truth is, it seems that the time is upon us. I will make some inquiries. Maybe talk to Pete. Maybe weigh my options, but know at least that your friend, whoever's there, in danger.
Do we want to? I know we talked about the plan of ambushing them ourselves. Is that still on your mind? Is that still something you want to do?
I have never. When running away from a large animal, turning around and laying a trap is doesn't seem feasible. It seems like a joke. I was hopeful because you are a combination of available, powerful, and non-hostile. Not saying that I don't like you folk, but it's your primary reason I stayed. I've started to like all of you a little bit, probably more than should. But the trap is maybe foolish, maybe not, but it is not without significant peril.
I mean, I come from as working as a mercenary and trapping large animal myself. Growing up, I do understand the daunting fear of laying a trap for a big enemy like this alone. But the good thing is there isn't, or you aren't alone, right? It's us. The area is free, I mean, I scouted it, got almost killed for it, but the area is free nonetheless. So, we meant what we said when we told you about the plan, that we're willing to fight with you. You've proven yourself very useful and helped us out in a large predicament at Beekeeper's Peak. And, doing this is a good way of paying it forward. Plus, I could think of worse ways to go out than by a Volstrucker.
Willing to die.
I don't plan on dying, but I mean, I pay my debts, and you helping us out is a debt that I'm willing to pay for this. So,
First time I'd have asked, really. I have a large burden of guilt knowing that most of the times, if I were to stay in a place longer, I'm sentencing someone without the knowledge. I always move. Associated. I haven't often given the opportunity to ask directly. I'm putting you in peril. I have put you in peril.
Well, to be fair, they've already marked me. So, even if you take off on your own or whether you do something else on your own, I'm still marked. So, I'm right there with you. I'd rather fight with you than just go out alone,
I'll deliberate. Be careful out there today.
I'll be fine. I've been in Otha a few many moons, so it should be pretty easy to walk around. Plus, I highly doubt the Volstruckers will strike during the day.
I have apparently until tonight, so
tonight to make a deal. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to figure something out. We should probably talk to the other two and see what the vibe is regarding this assault on the Volstruckers.
Not have a good meal and a good drink for the day's end.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I toss you back the letter.
Good to wake you.
You're good.
Okay. You walk out into the lobby, and you do see sitting there, breathing fairly heavily, sweaty, a little streak of blood pouring from a wound above his eyebrow. You see Mikhail is resting in a chair. And he looks up at you. He says, good morning.
Hey, look how I feel.
Yes.
Got a little, got red on you.
I do. Great. I woke up in a day and about, I guess, 300-400 miles away. It had bears in it. Something like that.
It's a hell of a sleepwalk.
Sometimes when I sleepwalk, he takes over and will go explore. And it can be a painful experience. Traumatizing, interesting. Are you all right? You look puzzled.
I'm wondering if today is my last day.
Ah, that sounds like a wizard to me. Can I help you in some way?
You know, those who hunt me.
Who are
Volstruckers, have we spoken of this?
Volstruckers? I'm sorry, I am not from this Exandria. What? Give me generalistics. What are they?
They're very powerful, magical dogs of the Cerberus Assembly under the auspices of the Dundalian Empire, is my understanding.
Hunters.
Yes.
Yes, I've dealt with people like them. They just wore armor. Guarded the rift, whatever that is.
Did you do?
Well, your new friends and I cut our way through their tower and then came here covered in their blood. So, you know, probably not the most diplomatic solution. You
I've been given a choice. To trust those that killed the only family I have, hunted me for almost all of my adult memory. And I've been extended an olive branch to surrender myself under the power, surrender my defenses, my father's namesake, and his legacy, all for the chance of walking away.
That is a hard choice. Maybe I can give you a few more tools in your arsenal to help you so that no matter what choice you choose, you are a little more prepared. You are a sword-swinging spellcaster, yes?
Try to be.
And you have a spell book of your own, or one of your making, or a gift of a friend?
A gift taken, one and one crafted. I will take it. I'll take my 3-part cobbled together book, the back end of the Volstruckers.
Let me see,
Fine.
yes?
He touches the side of his eyes, and his eyes turn a deep shade of blue. And he starts looking through. And he goes, interesting. There are some spells hidden in here, but also...
Haven't figured them all out yet. No.
It says here that this belongs to a servant of the Dwendalian Empire. Heinrich Alderlock.
My whole life, I never knew the name. That's the man who made me who I am.
It is right here.
And he points, he turns the book around, and it's a part of the paper that's blank.
Heinrich Alderlock.
I suppose an identifier wouldn't have shown me that one.
And there are ways to supersede such things.
Heinrich,
Heinrich, yes. Who is this man?
who killed my father?
Oh.
It's when I was
Oh.
child.
Intriguing. Tell
Sure.
me, what do you know of magic?
Well, not much. My father taught me to learn, but nothing of the arcane. I figured these things out mostly on my own. I see the patterns, I understand the movements, and through them I can pull from weave. But now that I know what it is,
The weave, chaos, the rift, magic. The blood of the world. Yes?
seems to be.
He gets up out of the comfy chair, and you watch as the perfectly formed imprint of his ass flattens back out to just a cushion.
Bazza, what is his full name?
Hula.
Bazza der Schuler. I am Mikhail Aran. I have lived for a very long time. I have traveled through numerous universes, Bazza. Not worlds, not planes. Entire different existences, sometimes even of my own volition. If you would allow me, I would gladly teach you some of the magics of the worlds that I have walked.
Fighting or fleeing.
Fighting
Can't
or
help
fleeing,
but be
either way,
interested.
I have spells for
Can't
both.
help but be interested. Of course.
Yes.
Which is the one hobby I have. Always.
Well, then this may be a little weird, but you'll have to hold my hand.
You strapped me to a table and did things with
Yes,
spells in my
but that
chest.
was
This is-
then. This is a new day.
Easily. I'll look to my hand.
You take his hand, and you watch his other hand extend out, and as it does, it begins to form out into the long, blue, monstrous hand of the bagman. And he draws a single long nail down through the sky, just through the air. And it opens, and you start hearing wind come through the opening. And you see sunlight coming through the opening. And he says, "Step through with me, come."
Immediately. Smiling. Happily.
Walking through, you find yourself standing on a flattened portion of a mountain peak. Down below you, stretching for miles upon miles, you see the 5 islets of Otha, and you see the entirety of the region of the Othamore. As he let go of your hand and the rift closes behind you, Mikhail looks back at you, and he waves his hand, and as he does, all of the snow on the ground beneath you moves to either side, revealing only the cold stone of the mountain.
Bazza, over the course of the next few hours, I am going to teach you a few spells that I believe you would be able to use. And in the future, we can continue working on new spells that we can find in this book.
As he taps the book.
Roll up my sleeves, and then seeing how cold it is, think better of it. Roll them back down, bundle up, and sit down, crisscross applesauce.
No. Roll the
Oh.
sleeves back up.
Different vibe. Okay.
Stand. Feel the cold on your skin. Feel the wind in the air. Feel the clouds forming behind us. And now feel them through the weaves of chaos. The arcane engines that propel the systems of the world. And learn with me.
As he starts to glow with blue arcane energy. You reach out.
Push out into the air.
Give me an arcana check.
Yeah. 14.
Cool. What does Bazza releasing his Nen look like?
The constant guise and held disguises and stuff would probably be released, controlled, and the gold of my eyes, the blue of my hair, just being unfettered, right? And throughout this process of teaching myself magic, I have only ever used a tool. So as I'm reaching out with one hand, my other hand is clasping the pommel, and I am using it to anchor and kind of push myself out and kind of surrender myself to the flow of the sea of magic that I've poked and tapped into, and hold on to that as tight as I can as an anchor.
Mikhail walks up to you. You notice that around him, the snow that is flying through the air here, it's moving around his shape, almost a few feet away from him. It does not grow near. Actually, as some pieces fall within closer proximity of him, you watch as they turn to steam and disappear as he walks forward. And looking around, you notice that that is happening for you as well, as the pure potential of Arcanum is beginning to flow through you. And Mikhail looks at you and he says, "To be a wizard is to learn the mathematics of the universe. But to be a wizard, you also have to feel it. First, the first spell that we will work on today, I'm going to teach you how to fly." Who is next in our initiative order?
Not me, but that was lit.
Would be one Velsius, one Dagoth.
Delcius. Ignore that weird noise. Sorry. Delcius, let me find your notes. Velsius. The warmth of your immense bed lies unrecognized. You feel very little of warmth, very little of cold. You barely feel the air that passes in and out of your lungs, themselves not even fully complete within your chest. Their fleshy sponge-like bottoms kissing the air of the chamber under your fine leather armor. As you exit your meditation in this space,
I would probably, at this point, I would reach out my hand and I would have been meditating with my spear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Having it in front of me. Resting upon the weight of these immense, like, deities, right? I've been betrayed by something. I don't know which. I know not what to do or who I am. I need answers. Looking around the room, what do I see? Is it just the normal?
it's just your normal, luxurious 5-star presidential suite bedroom with the comfiest lazy boy plushy cuck chair in the center of the room, just staring directly at this immaculate circular bed that you are just laying on, holding the spear on your chest. The beautiful wood carving of Ruddy Pete reaching out from up the ceiling towards you, almost like Michelangelo's David, just trying to touch you, and the finger point goes more towards the crotchal region of the bed and less towards your chest or face area. The mirror surrounding behind it reflecting your confusion and directionlessness on your face at you.
Making my way out of the bed, trying to like fight my way out of this big behemoth of a bed.
Yeah.
On the way out, I'm gonna make my way towards the door. I'm gonna offer a Velsius like weak smile and put the spear out and touch Ruddy's fingertip of the sculpture on the way out.
Yeah. You touch
Normally
it, and you hear somewhere a
No. I don't want to know. I'm leaving. Very hurriedly.
Are you trying to head to the Quiet Marsh?
I'm gonna seek out Ray first.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ray. Hold on. Ray, the warmth of your chamber matches the soft warmth of your flaming hair. Gentle, crackling firelight comes from a small and cozy fireplace in the corner. You feel the warmth all over, save for the cold platinum around your neck. The bright symbol of your powerful god, your platinum dragon. You are reminded of something Vorix once told you. Even when you are afraid, even if the breath of one of Tiamat's bastard children envelops you, his wings bear you aloft, his scales protect you, his breath will be your battle cry. You are never alone, Ray Brassborn. Never alone. And just as you recall when Vorix told this to you, the entryway shifts, and through the other side you see Velsius's luxurious bedroom as Velsius is standing in the entryway to your room.
Can I help you, sir?
Ray, I'm sorry to bother you. I have something on my mind, and I was hoping you could help me.
Do you want to step into my room or me into yours before this doorway disappears?
Please let me go over there. If you want to trade rooms, we could trade as well.
Do I see the thing of Ruddy Pete hanging down from the ceiling?
You do.
From the doorway?
Yep.
Nope, I'm good.
That's fair. I'm gonna step into his room for some privacy.
Yeah. You step in, and almost instantaneously the room shifts to what looks like an old greenhouse full of purple and orange plants behind you that are all gently drooping as a mechanical assembly in the top center of the ceiling seems to occasionally flicker with otherworldly light, not enough to sustain them as you walk into Ray's room.
Holy shit. This is amazing. I could see why you don't want to trade, but...
Oh, it more had to do with that sculpture of Ruddy coming down from the ceiling. But you said you wanted to talk about something. Unless it was about that sculpture, I'm assuming it wasn't.
It was not. I'm rather torn, and when I died again, as I told you the night before last, I'm in a bad position where I feel like someone's lying to me and I don't know who to pick. I can't tell. Ironically, you were the first person who trusted us when we didn't trust you. And you also have something you trust in no matter what. And I'm going to gesture towards your divine medallion. Can you...
Well, I think that it's less having to do with trust and more having to do with the fact that I know no matter what, everything's going to be okay. More like fate.
Yeah.
But I guess that is a version of trust when you think about it.
So you trust in the fate that the Platinum Dragon has in store?
Well, it's not that the Platinum Dragon has in store, it's that this world has in store for all of us. We all follow different deities. There's no way that all of them have decided upon a fate for every person that doesn't follow them.
Upon hearing that, so it's up to us to try to make what's best, not up to them. Is that what you were trying to?
I think each one of them has an idea of what would be best for the people that follow them, but ultimately it is in the individual. But I do get my power from Bahamut, or at least some of it. So I know that he has guidance. Just like Galliard has his deity, Siramon has his deity, and you have yours.
I have a holy symbol of the Raven Queen, all the way back from the start.
Yeah.
I'm gonna produce it. And would you mind showing me how you pray?
Okay.
I
Are we actually going to roleplay that out, or
don't know.
can
I
we
don't know.
spend some time, like,
I have no
just
idea.
teaching him how to pray in the morning?
It's up to you.
It's on you.
I'm sure. I will guide you over to like near the fireplace where I do my morning stuff before I head out to you guys to like go to eat breakfast and stuff. And we'll sit down in front of the fire. Well, I usually start by trying to make amends and ask my deity for forgiveness on the lives that I've had to take, whether that be lives that I felt were justified or ones that I didn't. But
Regardless.
yeah, I ask for forgiveness, because even though lives do have to be taken at times to meet our goals, it doesn't mean that I like doing it.
And you do so clasping? I'm gonna
Well,
feel the
you know how Siramon has talked about meditation before?
I meditate nightly. But yes.
Well, I imagine it being similar to how Siramon describes meditating, but I have an audience in mind, and that audience being my deity. You're not meditating alone, you're meditating with the purpose of connecting with them.
I actually understand that tracks. And then after penance, do they speak back?
Well, the only thing I've ever gotten back is some guidance from some outside sources and dreams that have come up for me, such as the one that we've talked about before. But other than that, I've never talked to my deity like straightforwardly as a conversation like this.
I say this as a warning and with respect. Keep it that way.
See what he has in store for me, but doesn't mean that I won't talk to him. That's the whole point of praying.
That's why I'm here.
Not expecting any response back. I do ask for guidance, and it shows up in different ways, whether that be me running into you guys at the Sailor Breaker Tavern that one morning and going on our adventures from there, or
a
even
D4 on any roll.
yeah,
Sorry.
or providing guidance to you guys as we make our way through anything that we do, such as in Fort Ostagroth.
Yeah, I've felt that. This has been extremely helpful to me.
Yeah. You know that little warm feeling you get when I offer guidance to you?
It burns actually a little bit.
Yeah.
It's
That's what I look for from my deity. To help me know that I'm
really
being guided in the right direction. It's a little hard being warm all the time though, you know. Fire.
yeah.
But it's a different warmth. It's almost comforting.
You are warm.
Tissue.
Is he touching me?
I'm just blocked up.
You just see hovering in the air, kind of like holding his hands up behind your head, is just Ruddy Pete. He's just like,
Ruddy, don't get too close. It burns. I've touched.
I'm not an idiot.
Oh, it's fair.
Sorry, I was
Some
just
people
in-
do have common sense, yeah.
I was just searching the freezers for the demon. Oh, man.
Demon?
What? Yeah, the
In
demon.
the freezer. Oh,
Yeah,
of course.
remember we're looking
You
for him?
Haven't found him?
No. No. Archibald's
Just a
looked.
Glabrezu at any time?
Archibald, he
through any
found,
of those doors?
what was it? He found an imp somewhere. So he kind of bisected that, but now I put that in the laboratory and we're going to look at its insides. But no demon. No demon. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Ray,
Mm-hmm.
can I borrow you?
For what?
Well, you serve the divine, right?
Yeah.
Why do you want to learn arcane magic?
For someone who couldn't. For someone who had an interest in it and never got the chance to realize that.
Okay. That's as good a reason as any. Can I ask you to come with me?
Sure.
Velsius, you can come if you want.
What's wrong, Ruddy? What's going on?
I have an idea, but it needs a little divine, and I can't do that. So we'll take the arcane, which I'm a master of. You're welcome, and we'll take the divine, and we'll just kind of make them.
I'm not a master of.
We'll make them little
I'm working on it.
kissies. The magic, not us.
Where are we going?
Yeah.
Is it nearby or?
It's Fort the Fort Ostagroth.
Of course. Whenever you're ready
If
to
you
head out.
don't want to go, you don't have to go, Velsius. I don't.
Well, I'll go with you, Ruddy. Let's go figure this out. Whatever's going on.
Okay.
And looking towards Ray, I guess I'll give him a hand up. I'll stand.
Let's go. Come on. He takes you outside and well, no, he doesn't take you outside. The rooms shift until eventually you see a perfectly circular 12-foot across stone chamber with a solid dome from base of the wall to the ceiling. So it's kind of like Patrick's house, but it's hollow. So it's just a dome. And on the floor are these permanently engraved with gem dust arcane runes in a perfect circle. Come on. We're going to teleport, which is difficult because this is an interdimensional space, which is why I have this room so that I could do it. And when you're more versed in the magics of the arcane, if you want, I will let you transcribe this rune so you could find your way here if need be, Ray.
Yeah.
But for now, just we can hold hands, or we can touch our shoes together, or we can all be like hips together, like put your hips together.
Hands fine.
Okay.
I offer them both my hands.
Cool. We're gonna go to where I was made. Great.
You were made?
And you warp out of that space into the stone chamber of Fort Ostergroth. It is as you had left it last. Elevated platforms with moldering but once fine wood, shelves full of decayed books, save for those that are in the massive temporal bubble that dominates the large chamber. The tall bone devil still towers above the mages in combat below it. You see the beautiful robes of Timekeeper Yin, the magic surging through the body and the outstretched hand of Timekeeper Quarg. You see the lithe elven form of Timekeeper Olandros and the impaled dwarven figure of Timekeeper Branks. Welcome back. Ray, I've been trying some things here, and I think you might be able to help me, but first,
Okay.
I wanted you to have this. I spent a lot of the night writing it. And he produces a blue book wrapped in a fine and luxurious leather, with 3 different sewn-in bookmark fabrics at the top. It is filled with rich paper, and there are a lot of blank spaces in there, and you see there's room in the back for the insertion of more paper if needed. I know you got your hands on that early wizarding book from him, and he points over at Timekeeper Olandros. But I wanted you to have one of your own, something you could grow and develop over time, if you still want to be a wizard.
Right. I do want to learn more about the arcane, and I would gladly accept this gift. Thank you, Ruddy.
When you open it, you see written out in fine arcane glyphs and symbols, with instructions on how to move your hands and fingers, on how to pronounce terms and sounds, every spell that you picked for your level up, as well as a few more. You see the spell Alter Self, and you see the spell Flaming Sphere. I put some more in there for you. I thought you might like to learn them with me. Here where I first learned magic. That's what I meant, Velsius, by was made here. I was just kind of a gnome when they found me, but now I'm a big fucking badass gnome, and that's because of this place. So, yeah.
I got a feeling you were never just a gnome, Ruddy.
Oh. Stop it. Stop it. We're focusing. I want to teach you, but first, can you help me I think I've developed a way to speak to her. And he points at Timekeeper Yin.
Oh.
Maybe
Like
we
with
can
a-
finally get some answers.
With ascending us or something? Like how? I'm gonna
It's a
grab
mix.
pebble.
It's a
Oh.
mix. It'll be difficult. We could
Okay.
explode horrifically.
Oh. Yeah.
So that's Velsius. I don't know if you have any like eldritch juice because you're like a weird freak. That maybe you could put into the juice of the magic of the kissies. Then
I
we
resent
could make this
that.
work.
But I do have eldritch juice. Yeah.
Great, then I think we need to get started. And as he starts an arcane ritual, and he starts pointing you to in different places in the room, and starts offering you kind of vibe suggestions, not so much arcane. He can't give you eldritch instruction, he doesn't know eldritch magic, and he can't give you divine instruction, he doesn't know divine magic. As that ritual starts, we'll move to Galliard. Galliard, as Bazza leaves your room, you recall some of the thoughts you had just had before being woken by him. You start remembering the dreams that you have just been dreaming. The holy symbol around your neck had grown heavier and heavier, dragging you downwards into an ocean of blackened blood. And just as the darkness had begun to fill your eyes, as your lungs had begun to scream out for air, you saw a very dim, small light above you. Flashing, brilliant white eyes like lightning looking down at you with a expression on the face. Give me an insight check.
That is going to be a 17. Oh, 18, I lied.
18. These eyes look down on you like your eyes would have looked down on your son as he cried from pain. The broken heart of a paternal figure looking down on a child. Then that's when you awoke to the sound of Bazza at your doorway. The holy symbol still hangs cold against your scales as you stand alone in your room.
Can I try to tuck the holy symbol as deep into my thing as possible
Yeah,
so nobody can see it
under
technically?
your dwarven armor.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do that.
Sick. Lastly, I wanted. Nah, never mind. We'll do that another time. I gotta think about what I want to do. Yeah. I step out of my room. May I gather my things, put on my armor, etc.
You prepare yourself for the day. You step out into the lobby space. You see the front door is closed. There's nobody in the lobby now. You do see there's like an indentation on the back of the bed of the front door.
Are you in there or are you out here?
Oh, sorry, just catching some sleep. And peeking around the bed, you see this beautiful, almost pearl white skinned elven man with long white hair that flows down of the bard's door as the bard's door looks at you. Hi, Galliard. Good morning, is it morning?
It is, yes.
Oh, sorry, I had quite the night. Lots of rooms to explore, lots of people to see. There was an imp at some point. It was odd. Do I need to open for you? Or do you have somewhere you need to go?
Yeah, question. Can you see outside of the door? Like,
Yeah, I can see out the front
opening?
door.
You recall anybody looking, searching, skulking around? Specifically somebody who might bear armor or some sort of mage robes of Gwendolian make, if you even know what that may
Not
be.
necessarily. There were 3 patrols of Zalezo, groups of 3, throughout the night that were patrolling the road nearby. Grandma Mildred woke up 4 different times and stared at me in disgust before going back to bed. And there was an odd, what looked like priest in armor who walked up, stood there, looked at the door for 15 solid minutes, and then left.
What did he look like? Is there any way you could show me?
Oh, yes, of course. And he dips around behind the bed, and he comes back. And as he comes back, you see the long, gaunt face, mustache, messy hair of Offrey Gilbert, the High Priest of Bahamut, and Judicator of Vasselheim.
He said he was just staring for 15 minutes.
Oh, yes, I was just looking to see what was happening at the doorway, and then oh, this is annoying, hold on.
Comes back as the elf again, and then he was just there for 15 minutes, muttering to himself. It was a bit odd. But then he left. That was hours ago. Haven't seen him since. And then there was an imp, and Archibald and I got a hold of it, and and then he ripped it in half with his bare hands.
Okay. That's. Yeah.
It wasn't much of a turn on.
Can you unlock the door?
Yes, of course.
Oh, and is there a way that we can thank you for, I know we've been pestering you with questions and stuff, but, anything we could do, make this new home of yours more comforting?
I've been allowed to walk around for the first time in maybe a millennia. And as he says this, he walks out of the door and stands in front of you. Not naked, there's a robe, but mostly naked. You do see a rather enormous bulge, but it's
Is he
covered.
still in the off-breed?
No, the elf.
Okay, cool.
It's changed back to the elf. There's a few ways, but if nobody's interested in that, then just allowing me to have a place to be, a door to watch, friends to speak with, to comfort. That is payment enough.
Well, just know that all the information you've given us has not gone without recognition. So thank you on behalf of us. And I think putting you here is probably the best option. Ruddy Pete's a weird person. And if there is rooms to explore, I'm sure you'll find something to entertain yourself with.
Did you know he sleepwalks?
No.
Well, mostly hovers. It's odd.
Does he mutter anything in his sleep?
Oh, yes. Horrific things.
Anything about maybe Fort Ostergroth, his sister, Rodella?
He keeps yelling, Yin, Yin, save me, Yin.
Thank you, Brienne. All right. Well, if I could just ask for a favor, if Bazza and I are apparently being hunted, observed, watched. If you could just keep an eye.
You should be hunted,
out.
but not in the way you're thinking. Okay, you're right. I
Yeah,
apologize.
you could just keep an eye. And then, listen, it's your door. Be free to do what you like, but there are kids outside.
Oh,
I'm sure that's why Mildred
darling, I
is-
have decency and an understanding of the concepts of consent.
Okay.
Let's not
Just
be
making
odd
sure.
here. They're children, all right?
You have been
They're
locked away
children,
for a long time, just making sure.
They are all children, as even young Tulip, she is a child. So,
Good. I'm glad there's some sort or some understanding, but I agree.
well,
I'm gonna be stepping out now. Thanks for
glad
making this a little
I have
awkward.
an understanding. And shakes your
Yeah,
hand and
you
goes in
can.
for a little, kiss on the.
I
top
don't
of your
return the
head.
favor.
That's fine. I'll get affection elsewhere. But please open. And he points at the door, and the door opens for you.
Cool. I'll walk out. Most specifically, I want to see if I could find somebody from the Zalezo, like a soldier that's running around.
Mm-hmm. No, you can fairly easily wander the streets and find the Zalezo patrols. The military occupation has increased their numbers twofold.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, the first person I spot, I want to stop and try to talk to them.
Yep. You see a Zalezo patrol. You see a orange dragonborn man, tall, 6'2", heavy build, with a iron spiked mace that he carries over his shoulder, wearing the wrapped garbs of the Zalezo and kind of like a ruddy orange look. As well as a head wrap with the same garb as his waist.
Mm-hmm.
And you also see two humans with him that have more of the lankier, longer-limbed, lived in the Othamore region their whole life look, whereas he looks more like from one of the major cities of Port Tamale.
Hello. How can I help you, sir, in heavy armor with a heavy weapon approaching us?
I don't see a lot of Dragonborn here. Where are you from?
I'm from Port Zoon.
Where's Zoon?
It was a
Nice
great...
to meet you.
You see his tails as well.
Yeah, I would hope so.
No.
If not, it's hands on sight.
They call me
Sorry,
the
Joe.
Talon.
The talent.
And he gives you the man like.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
I was hoping. Listen, I need a favor. I'm Galliard. I'm one of the Echoes of the Broken Chain. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything to you.
Means nothing.
I agree. I need to get a message to Captain Duna, if you could. Tell your superior captain or whoever's in charge to send him
The Lord
a note for
Commander
me.
of the city.
Correct. He'll know who I am.
Okay.
You can even relay this to, what is her name?
Oh,
The orc.
Stryla Mon-
the half orc Stryla. Yeah. You can even relay this to Stryla. She'll take it to Captain Duna.
Ryla.
Just,
I've seen her.
I'm sure you have.
Yep.
She's hard to miss. She's hard to miss.
You just left with a ranger patrol and a large elephant man and like a lizard guy.
That's where they went. Yeah. If you could just let Captain Duna know that I need to speak with him. If he can just meet me at Ruddy Pete's tower, say evening.
Sure.
I'll be waiting.
As the moon starts rising, as the sun starts setting, I can find him.
Awesome. I appreciate you.
Excellent. Galliard, pleasure to meet you.
I give him a little bow. And then, yeah, I want to head to Maker's Hall.
Okay. The Maker Hall. The bridge to the Maker Hall bears the marks of battle. Great delves into the wooden railings on either side, some patched holes in the woodwork of the bridge's body, some piles of fragmented wood on either end, of pieces pulled from the damage to be reused or eventually burnt as firewood.
Cool.
The main island, though, seems to have fared better than the rest of Otha. You pass a quickly being disassembled by numerous Zalezo and townsfolk barricade at the northern end of the Maker Hall, at the southern end of the bridge. And you see that there are no signs throughout this island of a great raging flame that had spread across the isle. Instead, you see a few isolated buildings were reduced to ash and cinder. Walking through, you see Morden's smelter lies perfectly intact, save for the piles of broken weapons and armor that litter around its roaring smelters and furnaces. You hear the hammering of metal, and also as you approach, you hear a small argument.
I will not leave my forge forever because you're scared, father.
You hear, that sounds like Helga.
I don't want you to leave forever. I want you to stay for more than a week. For me, for your mother.
As you approach, you see the two half-dwarfs are staring across each other from different anvils, and with each yelled word, they're slamming their hammers into metal as they are reforging tools that were broken in the Battle of Otha.
I need you to stay for your mother's sake. She's worried about you. Galliards, yes?
Yes, I don't mean to interrupt. I also didn't know you were here, Helga. And I just give her like a quick little wave.
Hey, yeah, no, we came with Master Torn Barrel. We came to see Velsius. We were going to stop by and see you, and we were going to help with the city, but haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm sorry.
No, I don't know, but I just wanted to stop by and check on your folks while I was here, make sure everything was okay.
Oh,
Which, depending on, just looking around, seeing the island, looks like it was protected quite well.
Of course it was. I put together a militia, I armed them, and we drove those bleeding bastards off my island.
Well, you did well. It looks just like I remember.
It was a
Maybe
damn
little
good
messy
job,
here and there.
damn good job.
Yeah.
Lots of skulls, lots of neighbors that irritated me got infected, so got rid of that problem.
So how long are you in town for, Helga? I guess your father doesn't want you to leave, huh?
we are leaving. And he just goes, Helga comes over to you. She takes off these heavy aprons. She takes off this heavy leather over apron and leaves the furnace and comes over to you, just drenched in sweat, her hair pulled back as she comes up. And she kind of like does the hand on your arm kind of thing. You go, we are leaving. We came, we opened glaive makers. We opened glaive makers while you were gone, and Master Velsius helped us clean it, and with some the bandits that came and helped us with Mantis Torn Barrel. He's this like master smith. Have you seen Velsius since he came back this way?
I have, yes, but we
Have
haven't
you seen
really...
his new armor?
I have, yes.
Yeah, that was
he
apparently
did tell me it was with him.
Master Tornbarrel's friend. I don't remember. He's drunk all the time, but he's a fine smith. And as a thank you to you, we have him working on I don't want to spoil it.
You don't have to.
It's a glaive. It's a glaive. We're making a glaive. It's glaive makers. We have to make you a glaive.
Well, no, thank you. It's not necessary, but I'm glad you're doing well. How's
Lyra?
Lyra?
Lyra's great.
Yeah,
Lyra's
Lyra.
great. She's with her mom in the back. They're working on rune smithing for some idiot dropped 2,000 gold for a wood chopping fire axe, like a firewood axe, just to make it to where it would drop 2 more pieces of wood with one stroke. And Lyra's mother was saying that's not how physics works, and I don't know. It's they're back there. Did you want to say hi?
Yeah,
Or-
no, would love to. I just, like I said, I wanted to come here and at least do you two a solid and check in on your folks. Seems like you two have.
Yeah, they're okay. We're okay. When you're back in, are you coming back to Port Damali?
Yeah, it's in our plans.
Oh yeah. We wanted to offer you a deal. If you wanted to buy into the ownership of glaive makers, then it could act as a establishment for you.
I would love to.
Using the MCDM strongholds and followers rule set we could maybe make money or listen into rumors in town or make you weapons and armor or something like that.
That would be great. I was waiting for you to establish everything and make you our primary smithies, I guess. That's the best way to put it.
Mantis will be so pleased. You should meet him. You should meet him if he's awake. We'll see.
Yeah, no, I would love to.
Come with me. She takes you by the hand and leads you into the back. You pass through it. Morden Smelter, it's a temple, and by worshiping, you worship through the creation of things. And the way this temple works is there are no walls. It is an open air platform full of smithies and furnaces where any folk can come and work on whatever they wish, or they can give their work to the Torog family and the Otnog family and have it be made by servants of the great smith. in the back is where all the woodworking apparatus are, and that is the Torog family's speciality. They are the elven and half-elven family, whereas the Oatnogs are the half-dwarven, or as we looked up, Goldoof, which is the worst name I've ever heard of for an anything family. Going back there, you do see Lyra. She's back there with her long hair and braids, wearing a nice green dress. And she's there with Eldred, who is her grandmother. And Eldred is the older elven woman that a long time ago asked you to steal a runic stamp from the Oatnogs, and that resulted in a brawl because your rogue rolled really poorly.
And attacked randomly.
And then just attacked,
And then just beat him with a fucking hammer.
Yeah.
Allegedly beat him with a hammer.
Allegedly.
Which he loves. So you do see Lyra there, and you also see in a bundle of drying leaves, just feet sticking out of a pile of leaves behind them at this workstation. As Lyra sees you going, "Oh, Mr. Galliard, hi. How are you?"
I'm doing good. It's good to see you all,
Oh,
and
she
you
kinda-
included.
She hugs you. It's like a little faint wispy hug. Oh, I'm glad to see you're okay.
I do one of those little side hugs where I'm like, don't know what to do awkwardly. I just kind of hug her too.
That's we'll work on that. We're making something for you back home. I don't want to spoil it. It's
Yeah, I told Helga that it's she told me it was a glaive.
Helga.
And you see Helga go,
I'm sorry, I was excited. Oh, can I help you?
No, I just wanted to check in. Actually, I wanted to ask you two for a potential favor.
Oh, name it.
And and if you can't help, I totally understand. It's just something that came to my attention recently through travels and many battles. I realized that I am quite loud when I move
Oh,
in my armor.
yeah.
Possibly, is this disadvantageous with my stealthiness,
you see Helga and Lyra both go to either side of you and start looking at your boots.
If you could potentially make something, I would pay you gladly for whatever work you do, of course, to make me a little lighter on my feet.
We could probably, Mantis. Oh shit, he's asleep.
And she goes over to the feet that are sticking out of the leaves and she starts kicking them.
Mantis, up, wake up.
You see this old dwarf. Old, balding head, long, wispy beard, wrapped into like a long Viking braid that flows down into his belt.
Sick.
Come up at just ruddy red cheeks and face, completely flushed, and it's the drunk flush. It's the I've been drinking baby flush as he comes up and he goes, what the oh the last time I saw a blue dragon's face in my face, she was trying to eat me alive. Mantis Tornbarrel. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Galliard, and I do the hand thing too.
He has an exceptional grip. It is a strength 18 grip. It's crazy.
Fuck, okay.
As he grabs onto you.
I also got
Master
strength 18,
Smith, these two lovely ladies and your I think your friend, they said that the wispy dead looking fuck they helped me fix the smithy, and we're making something for you. I don't want to spoil it.
Is it a glaive by any chance?
Fuck. Yes, it's a glaive.
They told me. It's not a guess.
He looks at them and they look at each other and they're all kind of grimace. I've been just here flirting with this lovely lady. And he looks over at the Eldred Torog, the wizened half-elven woman with white blonde hair that's turning white, and she looks over and she's, "You dirty whore." He says the strangest things. He brought me a gift, and we met once a long time ago. Idiot. And you see Mantis kind of goes, "She loves me. She loves me. How can I help you, sir, Master Galliard?"
Yeah, I was talking to Helga and Lyra about potentially being lighter on my feet.
Lighter on your feet. Take your boot off, lad.
I take off my boots.
Fine, dwarven make thighs. Oh, fuck. That's really well made. Where'd you get this?
Down on the ground is the quickest way I could explain.
By all the gods, if I could say, it looks like it's been touched by somebody who was trained by a fire giant. That is fantastic work. Have you been to the Underdark?
I have, actually, a few times.
You have? Have you met any of those fucking Duragard?
I have not. We closely
No
encountered
finer
some.
brothel will you find than a Duragard brothel. But, also, very few finer smiths
Noted.
exist in the world than a Duragard that has been taught by a fire giant from the deep below. And
And so
this
you
is
think
what
the
this
person who
seems to
made
be
this was
made
that?
of.
Okay.
Ah.
Interesting.
But, luckily for you, the Torogs and our wee Lyra here are runesmiths. Runes. The imbuing of magic via letters. Explain that. We could probably do something to these boots.
If you could, that would be great. And, you know, it's like I told them I'd pay whatever I could, honestly.
We could do it here, and then you could probably have it by the end of the week. But we have to take these boots for that to work, so you'd be bootless. Actually, no, I could probably find you some. They just wouldn't mesh well with the look.
Yeah, no, the look can hold off temporarily. That would be great.
Okay.
Some temporary boots would be very helpful.
What
I
is
have
it?
a few things to
He
do.
looks over, and Helga goes, "It's the 10th. Stop yelling." All right, the 10th of what month is it?
Brasendar.
Ah, Brusendar. Okay, 10th of Brusendar. Come back the 17th? Actually,
Works.
for you, Mr. Galliard, you can come back the 15th.
The 15th works. I might be a day or two late, depending. I have an expedition to
An expedition?
accompany. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
An expedition? Are you going to that
expedition.
fucking thing? And he points at the
I am,
distance.
yes.
Just ball of darkness and fear.
It
in
wouldn't be the first time I
distance.
was there.
It wouldn't be the stories that we're gonna have to tell each other over drinks. Me, the Dragon Slayer, and you, the one who ventures into that shite.
You do a great job on these boots, and I'll tell you any story you want.
All right, maybe we could go drinking one night.
That works with me.
What's a good day? When's your expedition?
Expedition is the 14th.
Well,
in
then the
morning, so.
13th it is. We'll drink.
The 13th it is. There's a brewery, a tavern. Sailor Breaker Inn.
Sailor Breaker, Tavern and Brewery. yeah. I do
Meet us there. We're
remember
actually
that.
meeting a few
I do
people.
remember that.
Yeah, we're meeting a few people there, so on the 13th.
Great. Tell Mildred not to come.
Tell Mildred not to come.
Why? Because she'll fall in love with me all over again if she gets some drink in her.
Speaking of which, and I'm gonna turn to Lyra and Helga. You two are invited as well if you two wanna come meet the rest of our group and
That'd be
just catch
wonderful.
up.
That'd be wonderful. Oh yeah, we can do that.
Well, while I wait, I don't have anything planned for for a few hours. Do you guys need help setting some up? I know maybe this little island might need some help with something.
We could move some things. Could you do a delivery for us?
Yeah, absolutely.
We have some support beams and piles of thatch that are going to the old Gnomish quarter in the Stark Docks.
Okay.
Could you take those?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I just
Wonderful.
need some boots first.
Oh, right. You see Helga's dad comes over with these run down boots that it's just flayed leather that has been used in the forges for months and months and months, and it's just held together because of how tough the construction was. And he comes over and he goes, "These will serve you well.
Thank you.
I'm
put 'em
sorry
on.
about the smell.
They're on my feet, so I should be okay.
All right.
Plus, we're in the swamp. Smells
We're in the
anyways.
swamp. We're in the swamp. It does smell. And it's right fucking hot, too. Do you need a cart for that, or?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we've got a hand cart. You could just pull it.
That works perfectly. I'm
Wonderful.
built like a tank, and I will see you all the 13th.
Cool. As you take it.
What's a
and
tank?
Leave that way.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
What is a tank? As you take that and
Built like a rhino.
start leaving off towards the gnomish quarter. Bazza. We'll come back to you. Now, 1 second. Oh my god, where are you in my notes? Woo, Bazza. There you are. Okay.
In the sky, bruh. Hopefully.
Bazza, you hover uneasily 60 feet above the stone area that Mikhail cleared out for you two. He hovers there pristinely, not drifting or faltering in place. He goes,
Ruddy Pete told me that he had helped you fly before. Why do you look so uneasy now that it is your own magic?
Not cast a spell before. Miguel,
And
it's
feel it,
different.
feel it the way that you felt it then. Be super cool.
He's super cool. Oh, focus on being super cool.
cool, give me an Arcana check.
Roll for super cool.
Yeah, roll for super
Yeah, I
cool.
was gonna say roll for cool.
Oh shit. Cool for sure. 17. I can do math. 24.
Nice. Yeah, no. 24, eventually your unease stops. You find yourself solidly floating in the air.
That is it. I think you have it. Now, doing this can be exhausting, but it lasts for some time. You know, it's the fly spell. It is good for you. But now is the fun part. You have to think about going down.
And he just starts to descend slowly.
Well, a lot of it was just me focusing on keeping like an axis up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just invert myself entirely
Mm-hmm.
and just go upwards towards the
Look
ground.
the other way?
Yeah.
Give me an Arcana check.
Not so good. 8, 15.
Okay, and then 15. You rotate upside down and start going and speeding up and speeding up and speeding up. And Mikhail goes, whoa, whoa, hey! And he like arcane lances of energy come out and wrap around you. And they just slow you to where just the top of your head very gently bink, hits the stone.
We'll have to work on that. You have to go a little slower, a little more controlled, and maybe don't flip upside down next time. That is crazy. Your face is turning red from all the blood.
Up is up. It's always easy.
Oh, up is up, up is up. You almost cracked your head open in front of me. Spin around. Let us talk.
You spin around. He drops the spell and he lands on his feet.
Do the same.
So, you can fly. Arcanum shows us things that our eyes cannot see. And sometimes Arcanum can be used to hide oneself. I am going to...
He snaps his fingers and he's invisible.
I am
Ah.
going to wander around. But I need you to peer through the weave of chaos, the strands of arcane energy. And I need you to find me Not with your eyes, but with magic.
This is closer to something that isn't brand new. Bazza would stand, just kind of circle around, and same way he had found himself using the invisibility spell, he'd almost go to hold and cast that spell, and looking and feeling how the weave coalesces to cast the invisibility spell on myself. I will tune to that. I will look inward for that, and then after I feel like I've practiced enough, I'll look for that outward.
Give me an Arcana check.
14.
14. You reach out and try to see through the invisibility, and you just see an empty mountainside.
No. You're thinking of it too technically. You have to do the math, but you have to feel it. I'm going to move, and then you'll get to try again. See me.
Roll again.
I'll sit this time and
Yeah.
kind of like focus in a little bit and kind of rub my hand across the stone a little bit, kind of feeling the vibes. Yeah, that's better. 12, 19.
Yeah. You think about it, and then you cast See Invisibility, and
Roll a pebble.
it bounces off the air.
Ah!
Exquisite, very good. Now dispel it. Have you done this before? Dispel magic.
This one, I think I have. And I'll cast Dispel Magic.
Cool. The invisibility drops.
Very well. I think this is what I can teach you for today. And we can continue learning at another time.
You can add, if you do not already have access to them, See Invisibility, Dispel Magic, and Fly to your spell list.
He's asking for a friend. Can he cast fly on somebody else?
You can, yeah.
And everything is legacy.
Yep.
Everything is awesome.
No, I don't know about you,
Um,
but it's a little fucking cold up here. Should we go back?
Can I still have concentration on Fly since I haven't cast any other concentration spells?
Yeah, if you want.
I'm just gonna go, okay, and I'll fall backwards off the cliff.
Yeah. You bastard.
He casts Fly and he follows.
Sick.
And you guys start soaring down the sides of the mountain slopes through flurries of snow, down to the tree line and over the tops of trees, heading back towards the city of Otha with its numerous little cozy fireplace fires and the people moving back and forth that you see in the bridges and streets and the various ships in the harbor, swamp ships. But now there's something new.
DM, does Fly, because I don't have a swim speed, but does Fly work underwater?
No.
Okay.
You start to see, peeking through the clouds in the distance, a ship. Beautiful white wood, glinting metal pieces attached to the side in the sunlight. Immense sails, two below and 3 atop it. Blue points of light glowing on the surface, underside, front, and back of the ship. 2 beautiful ballistae as you see a skyship break through the clouds coming to Otha and heading downwards towards the Stark docks. And then you see another coming through the clouds behind it. Not as beautiful. A squat, thick, caravel-looking boat. Instead of skyship sails that you see on the base and the sides and the top, you only see the old-school sails of a sailing ship. And the points of light, instead of the many that are inlaid into the wood of the vessel itself, you see piles of broomstone that are attached haphazardly to points on the side and base of the vessel that are, it seems, barely keeping it afloat as you watch the ship fall 5 feet before coming back up. And it, too, is following the finer vessel and heading down to the Stark docks of the city of Otha. Can you give me a perception check?
The squat one is what I would have imagined any sort of ship with broomstone about. That's like the RV that you see, the old RV, and you go, God, that thing is, it's from the 80s, but it's busted, but that's so beautiful. I want that.
Yeah, it's horrific in such a good way.
Damn, 9.
9. You cannot make out any distinguishing features on the decks of either ship, except for 2 glints of platinum metal on the bow of the white ship. They look like people. You can't make out much other than that.
Was our freaky little guy, our Alfred, was he wearing like his armaments? Were they platinum and glowing and stuff?
Yes, they were.
And they're hardcore. Are they,
give me a history check.
24.
Looking at it, you recognize this first skyship as the ship of Vasselheim that you saw landing into the skydock at Port Namali.
Multiple, images of the different faiths
looking
upon
down,
it.
looking down at the glinting metal that is emblazoned into the side of the ship, you see shields, and upon them you see emblazoned, stamped into the metal itself, the depictions of the different prime deities. As the vessel starts lowering itself into the Stark docks, you watch the bottom sails furl up and wrap themselves into the hull of the ship as it gently sets itself down into the water before becoming a normal sailing vessel and sailing to dock. And then the bigger one tries to follow before eventually it just a huge splash of water as the ship just falls into the swamp, and you can see the crew drenched in water, and you hear carried along the wind from the distant ship as it too sails down, and you watch as Mikhail flies up next to you, ramping up his speed, and he goes, "Well, that is interesting. Should we go say hello, or should we not?
Isn't
We
it
know."
beautiful?
Oh yes, it is beautiful. The little one or the big one?
What do you mean? The big one is it's too gaudy. Look
No,
at
it
that.
is
Look at that.
intricate,
Look at that little guy.
fascinating design. And the little one, it says, what does it say on it? It says, "The end" on it. Interesting.
I'm not. I have the day. I won't be killed until tonight. Let's go.
Of course, let us go down there. As you fly down, Ray Velsius. The temporal bubble is currently wrapped in 14 different layers of chronological magic. As Ruddy Pete, beads of sweat rolling down his face, is streaming out arcane energy from his arms, his feet solidly planted into the ground. Velsius is bleeding out shadow into the base of the temporal bubble. And Ruddy Pete is looking at you, Velsius, and he's going, the shadow! Put the shadow up around everything! Envelop all of it! All of it!
I'm gonna raise my arms up and try to force it up.
You give me an arcane check.
That's gonna be a 17.
17. You will the darkness of what you know is the spell components to oh my god, I just blanked on the name.
Like the
your dark
arms of Hadar.
Yeah, arms of Hadar.
Shadow. Yeah.
And instead of the whipping tentacles of blackness, they flow up the side of the temporal bubble like writhing vines, and they begin to interlock themselves with the chronological energy of Ruddy Pete's 9th level magic that he is pushing into this. And as he does, and as your magic links, Ray, you see in the temporal bubble an opening. And on the other side of that opening is Timekeeper Yin's face. And Pete says, "Now, Ray! Send a message!
What am I sending?
Ask her what's happening! I don't fucking know! Oh my god, we should have worked on this before I did the spell."
Probably would have been a good idea. I'll cast sending.
Okay.
I will ask her. I'll say to her, "I'm here with Ruddy. We are trying to help. What is going on? What is happening in there?"
Okay. You hear back, exasperated and echoing, almost like it's coming from a far distant place and then forming into words as it reaches your mind. You hear, "Traitors, all of them. He wishes to go back. He would bring us back to calamity. He would return us to the devils. Get Pete out of here. It's not safe."
I relay that as she's saying it, so I'm hearing it and then I'm saying it out loud.
"Oh shit. Oh fuck. Timekeeper Korg, you son of a bitch. I don't. Tell her she's locked in a temporal bubble of a making I do not recognize. Tell her it has to do with the pool. Ask her what to do. She would know."
I'll do another sending and say that.
She says, "Time stop. Into the pool. Or a wish. One or the other can break the bond." That's what you get.
Okay. I do the same thing. As I'm getting it, I say it out loud.
Cool.
A wish? I mean, like, there's no shooting stars.
No, it's the most powerful magic there is, Velsius. Wishes are fucking crazy, wild shit. Ray, I can't hold this responsibility for one more message. Ask her if she ever was truly on my sister and I's side.
So, from what we know the last time we were here, Korg is the Dragonborn who betrayed all of them with the Bone Devil.
Yes.
Alandros, or Alandros, he was the one that locked away Ruddy's mind.
Yes.
He was one of them.
He was one of them.
We don't know about the dwarf, right?
You know,
The
I
dwarf
don't
was
think-
just doing weird stuff in the Underdark.
The dwarf had a strange multi-leveled forge connected to his room that led down to the Underdark.
Weird.
So, I'm going to do a sending tour and say, I know what Alandros did to Pete. were you a part of that? Or were you trying to save him and his sister?
You get back again, like being yelled from across a hallway. You get, "It was for his own good! We all had to lock that piece of him away! But I only ever loved them. I took care of them like they were my own!" And at that, Ruddy Pete goes, "I can't!" And the magic fades out, and the darkness of the arms of Hadar begins to envelop the entire bubble. And Pete, out of breath, goes, "Celsius, no! Don't let it consume it!"
I'm gonna pull it back.
The arms of Hadar withdraw back into your person.
So that one I didn't repeat out loud, but as we calmed down here,
Did you get anything?
I heard most of it before it cut out.
What did she mean by go back to the calamity?
Well, before that, Ruddy, she said that she loved you and your sister as if you guys were her own. But I don't tell him about the fact that she was part of locking away his memories.
Ruddy Pete will not make an insight check into you. That alone is enough for him to get kind of lost on his face just looking at her. We were so young when they found us. Only 35. Do you know how young that is for a gnome? That's a fucking baby. Like a toddler. Most gnomes aren't adults until they're 50. And she was already her. A sorceress. Strong, powerful. Her magic came from the heavens itself. Thank you.
She meant a lot to you.
I want to free them, but I don't know what would happen to them.
Do you even have the ability with Wish or Time Stop?
I could... Tomorrow, I could do a time stop on the pool. And if my time stop were to meet this temporal bubble, I'm assuming the math would cancel out.
And time would just resume. Would all the time catch up to them? Would they be
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of, Celsius.
old and
What if
just-
it catches up all at once and they age 900 and something years and then they're just dust? And then it's just us and a devil. I can't fight a devil like that. I'm not even wearing my nice clothes.
Well, I mean, like I said last time, we could preemptively strike the devil and then cancel. Get some type of like ballista down here, and I'm gonna throw a rock towards the. Well, I'm gonna throw a rock off the ground towards the devil. And I want it to-
Yeah, you throw a rock and it goes in and stops midair.
Just like that, but like magnify it.
Maybe we could get one from the Lizzo pukes upstairs.
Yeah, it was a few for
Do
sure.
you think they have a ballista?
I don't know. I mean, maybe something smaller. Maybe just
There
a
was
lot
a-
of arrows.
There was
It
that.
might be worth discussing with the group before we.
Oh
make
yeah,
a
no, we
plan
can't
of
do this
happening
now.
Tomorrow.
We can't do this now.
Yeah. Well, you said tomorrow. Tomorrow's
Well,
very
yeah,
soon.
tomorrow, but I mean, we could do it now. No, we can't do this now.
What do they mean about the calamity, though? Like, can they go back? Or... There's no way to go back, is there, Ruddy? Ruddy?
That's what they're trying to do. That's what Korg was trying to do.
Velsius, they wanted the whole point of this. The chronologists wanted to go back and stop the calamity from happening. That was the whole point of this school sect, whatever you want to call it.
What makes
Nice.
them any more capable of dealing with the gods now than they were back then? The whole thing would just happen all over
They
again.
want to go back to before the gods were freed. They wanted to hunt him down.
Who's him?
Fucking Clovis Chloris. Vespin Chloris. The fool of a wizard who summoned the fucking betrayers. They were gonna find him, and they were gonna unmake him. And then the Ages of Arcanum get to continue on, but now they get to be a part of it. That was the whole point. They were
Was
gonna
this the-
send my sister and I, and we were gonna go back in time, and we were going to change one piece of history. And then we were going to return, and if the change had happened, we could tell them, and they would know that it worked. And then we would all go back.
I don't know if you'd ever come back to what you left.
We did.
You made the change. You made a change?
I can't remember. But I just know we came back.
You see there's like a vein throbbing in his forehead.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if I get a Eldritch vibe off this man?
Yeah.
If this
go
is
for it.
magical in nature? That's gonna be a 15.
15. You don't get anything similar to how your power works coming out of Ruddy Pete. It's not that. You sense the magic that he is a master of. You sense the spell casting of Bazza. You sense the weave and chaos. You sense wizard work.
And does it feel like... How do I say that? Is there a signature on wizard work? Is it stylized,
Nah.
it all functions the same?
Ghosts in the code.
I think it would be safe to assume, and I'm not saying this in character, but safe to assume that it's the same magic that was done to him to lock away his memories previously that he unlocked. Do with that what you will.
Ruddy, just don't think about it too hard.
Don't think about what? Huh?
You know, at one point you were a young gnome, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. You probably got around, didn't you?
Oh, I fucked up and down the fucking coast.
You know, on the
Where
way
is
back to
this
the
going?
on the way back to the tower, why don't we talk about that?
You want to talk about my sexual exploits?
Ray
Celsius, I know
Ray
you're
was
undead,
very
but I don't
interest-
think we have time.
That's rude.
Maybe not the best conversation to have on the way back to the tower.
Oh, right, we have to teleport back. If we walk out, the guards will be mad because they occupied the fort upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
we collapsed the entrance down here.
Shit.
Ray, I piled the bodies of all the cultists in, like, the center of their prayer circle area upstairs.
Oh.
Do you think you could burn them? Their smell.
Ruddy,
Sure.
is that like sacrilegious or something? Like,
Huh?
or maybe that's in their religion. I don't know.
This wasn't a temple.
Yeah.
It's the
We're
prayer,
just getting rid
sir.
of the bodies.
Ray, you just talked to me about the prayer.
Yeah, you told me they were,
Uh-huh.
like, killing people there. Whatever.
Sure, I can help you get rid of the bodies.
Yeah. They're all piled. You could
Yeah.
fireball them if you want.
Maybe another time. I'll just go up there and burning hands.
Yeah.
Oh, I will use flaming sphere, my new spell,
Cool.
and use that to
Yeah.
get rid of the bodies. Before that, we're actually, since they were metal, any medallions that I find when I clear the bodies, any sleeper medallions,
I believe you already did that last time.
probably. Oh, how many number of ones did I find when we were leaving the underneath part of the Marquis house? I never wrote that down.
I think it would have burned because didn't.
Yeah, they're all gone.
Yeah, because when you went upstairs, they burned when I was being revived.
Oh yeah, that's right. All right,
They're all
just
gone.
clear the bodies.
I imagine all the other bodies at the site were sucked.
They were sucked and fucked. Yeah. I mean, sucked in. They were sucked in.
Lovely.
Sorry, I'm playing Ruddy Pete. Yeah, no, the bodies of these cultists, it's putrid in here, as some of them have... The ones that you didn't incinerate to death during the clearing of Fort Ostergroth have ballooned out into bloated, decomposing corpses, and as you summon this arcane fiery ball that you can gently glide over the bodies to just completely consume them in fire, some of them actually explode with the gases inside, which erupts into a small fireball before this entire larger... This was like the circular chamber that you all stopped that ceremony in and freed the civilians from the cage, is lit by the burning of these corpses.
Well, now that that's taken care of, we ready to head back?
Yeah, we could go back. Velsis, did you want to go somewhere?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Can you take me towards the quiet marsh, or at least drop me somewhere close?
Yeah. Yeah, I can. Let's go.
He draws with chalk on the ground the teleportation circle, and you all teleport out of that area to... Oh my god, where'd it go? There we go. Nah, that ain't
Or was
it.
it tempting to distract Ruddy to get him off his painful, head aneurysm?
No, it worked.
Aneurysm.
You...
Well, I'm like,
You guys reappear. One second, let me find it. You guys reappear at the North Bank Fields. And you're not alone here. You don't so much see the normal hustle and bustle of the farmers of this region that would be moving foodstuffs to crates, which would then be taken to Otha. You instead see people going the opposite direction, already carrying crates and bags and caskets. You see, as the people of Otha who have some devotion to the Matron of Ravens are taking the bodies of their loved ones to the Quiet Marsh to be buried. Pete lets go of your hand, Valsius, and he says,
I think this is a walk you need to take alone.
thank you, Ruddy. I appreciate you getting me this far.
Ray, do you want to come with me, or do you want to walk with Velsius?
I'll head back.
Okay.
Ruddy,
Well-
you should tell Ray about your exploits. You've told me about many of
Oh,
them.
there was this wonderful Luxodon woman.
as he starts
sorry.
walking you away.
I'll start with those.
Yeah.
Oh, but as you're walking away from me, I'm just going to repeat to you what we were talking about with the prayers and do a guidance. And I'm like, just so that you know you're not alone. And then Pete and I will head out.
Thank you, Ray.
Valsius, as you start walking towards the old marsh, which became your home after you woke, you find yourself falling in with the caravan of people that are heading that way. You see in the distance another bolt of greenish lightning wraps itself across the surface of the veil of night surrounding the distant temple, which hovers above the no longer smoking ruins of Beekeeper Peak. You see in the veil faces, thousands of them, and you recognize them as the faces of your people. As you are beginning to hear what sounds like distant screams, you're bumped into gently by somebody carrying a small wooden box. A young woman who bumps into you goes, "Oh, sorry, sir," as she continues walking.
It's fine.
The path to the marsh is well trodden. You actually notice that people have been laying stones and pebbles behind them as they walk, which has given the normally very muddy path a firmer, solid standing. You see dozens in front of you and behind you, carrying bodies and parts of bodies in bags or on stretchers laden on the shoulders of strong men, and the entire walk is silent. After about 20 minutes, you begin entering the opening that is the quiet marsh. You see that it's changed somewhat. Some of the more sunken and barren graveyards which you once tended have now been cleared, or more cleared than before, of debris and plant life. New graves are being dug by numerous people throughout the area. You see your former shack, its door closed, no light coming from within, and you look to the north and you see the Sirius Mountains, and you see the broken trail that leads into them, that the Murrow family, or what remains of them, walked as they left you and Bazza behind just a few days past. You also see the sisters, the two that remain, are out and above ground. One stands motionless before the opening to the temple of the Matron. The other, the shorter one, is walking amongst the people, touching the foreheads of the deceased with her holy symbol, as she says her silent prayers for their spirits to pass to the next life.
Looking at the sister, is she she's a full mast, correct?
They're
Or is it
both
half
full
mast?
masts.
I'm gonna make my way towards the temple. I'm gonna move to go past the sister.
She beckons you to enter as you approach. As you descend, you feel, though limited your feeling may be, the air grow bitter cold as the goddess of winter claims the very air in this place. To your left lie the ancient crypts of the older families of the Othamor as you reach the base of the stairs, descending down in various levels till they reach the space which once held the hall of your city's histories. To the right lies the preparation rooms for the burials within those crypts, and even further to the right and down past the preparation rooms, the only chamber in the Othamor with a cultivated garden of fall-tier blooms, extremely potent poisonous mushroom. Before you, though, as the sound of crows and the wind fades behind you, lies the double doors, behind which you know what resides.
Moving towards the doors. Is it a four-way junction? Like doors in front, behind?
It's like a circular Skyrim-like barrow with like open passagings carved through the rock to the left and right, with the beautiful dark stone staircase behind you, and in front of you, it's just two wooden doors.
So I'm gonna make my way towards the center of the barrow and go full crisscross on the floor and get comfortable. and fishing out of one of my pockets, probably on my I guess on my leg. I'd be pulling out the medallion of the Raven Queen,
Mm-hmm.
and just like I do nightly, I'm gonna try to meditate. I'm gonna meditate on it. But as Ray has said prior, I'm gonna do so with intent. Asking.
Make a religion check.
Religion. I don't even know. Oh, that's a dirty 20. 17 plus 3.
As you focus, as you will yourself to breathe, though you do not need the air, you feel the bitter cold winter wind wash down the hallway, flow past your shoulders and up your back, and into the wooden doors, which you watch creak open slightly in front of you.
The doors in front just opened, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Getting up, do I get the feeling that I'm in a dream? Am I still present?
It feels as if the world is real.
I'm going to go ahead and get up and make my way towards the door.
You walk through the doors, and as they close behind you, you find that you are in a massive domed space. A gentle rain falls in the center of the room. A rain of warm, viscous blood falling into a perfectly circular pool that does not ripple as each drop enters. This place is not chill like winter. It is warm. So warm. It is a warmth you've not felt since the last time you were here. It is a warmth you have not felt since you unlocked memories of your past. The room is silent, save for the rain.
Matron, are you here?
There is silence.
Looking around me, do I recognize anything from my prior visions? Do I see the pool of blood?
Yeah, you see the pool of blood. It's right in front of you, about 30 feet away. Looking behind you, though, there are no doors. All around you, it's solid wall, forming up into a dome with an opening in the top of pure darkness, out of which flows warm blood like rain, falling into the pool directly below it. You've been here before.
Yeah. Without looking around, I'm going to go ahead and walk towards the pool. Leaving everything on, I'm just going to descend into it.
Cool. You walk into the pool, and you feel the need to breathe. You feel burning in your lungs. You have to breathe.
I'll go ahead and breathe in the blood.
The warm blood flows into your mouth, down into your lungs, into your bloodstream, and your barely constructed heart begins to beat. It seems
You have found he which returned you. Is it as I feared, Velsius? Have you come to disavow me? To seek my destruction? Have you come to face me as a foe? You are still submerged in the pool of blood. You hear the voice reverberate through the liquid. You do not see the other space that you saw last time you spoke to the Matron of Ravens. And now you feel your lungs are burning as you are choking and drowning.
You think I would come here? In this situation? I come for answers. Astoriel is conflicting with what I remember. Yeah. One of you has bent things, not to what they were, and I don't know which is true.
Coming through the blood, a black chain wraps around your leg, and then a blue around an arm, and then a red around the other leg. And you feel yourself being hauled down and away. But then a single strand of golden light comes from your heart, and you see a pearlescent skinned hand reaching out, wrapping her fingers around it, and pulling you up. And as you gasp for air, you are standing in an infinitesimal space, an inch deep in water. The faint sound of water rolling off this opalescent platform echoes all around you as the sound of the rain fades. Towering above you, a 35-foot tall mask of porcelain, red painted lips, eyes the eternal pools of night, cascaded in a crown of ever-falling raven feathers, as you find yourself kneeling before the Matron of Ravens. You are still chained, you see. Ask. I may answer.
Did you bind me and the people of Lathras to Astoria?
Yes.
Why? Why would you do that? For what reason?
We had to stop him.
Stop him from what?
He was attempting that which I had perfected.
He was attempting to step into the realm of the divine? Is that what you were suggesting? Oh, great, Matron.
That is what I tell. That is what he was doing. And in so doing, he bound your souls to himself. A payment of sorts.
Payment for life.
Payment for divinity.
Is his father truly your elder?
My predecessor, a cruel god who saw death as a divine punishment to be doled out as he saw fit. The stronger mortals grew, the more angry he became. Disease, age, war, disaster, the ages of Arcanum became the undoing of such things. His rage boiled. I decided to end it. I decided to return calm to the natural ending of life.
But once more, can you show me what befell of Lathras? I saw from Astoriel that divinity, you destroyed the city. Is that true?
You are standing in the palm of her hand. Her hand is about as wide as 2 city blocks. And you feel the hand move lower. And you look around and you see that the hand is hovering above the streets of Lathras in a dark night. The 2 moons, Catha and Ruidus, hang high in the sky. As a gate opens in the center of the city, immense, black, and endless starry night opening in the center of the city, and out from it comes a huge beast. Monstrous, almost turtle-like. Immense, dragon-like scales, horns that protrude out from the front of its forehead, spikes upon its back, a mouth as big as a cart, and pouring behind it, you see thousands of devils of all shapes and sizes bleeding into the city street. And you see another gate open opposite it. And stepping forward, 20 feet tall, beautiful white wings, 12-foot tall bows. You see 10 solars, the chiefest of angels, step out, knock their bows, and begin to pull divine light itself into the shape of an arrow as this vision stops. I tried to give you a chance for mortals to prove that they do not need us to fight their battles for them. I sent you aid, but my aid was met with hatred. Velsius, you see your soldiers pour out from the garrisons of the city, and instead of fighting the devils, they start attacking the angels. By the time we knew what he was doing, your people, Velsius, you had already chosen your fate.
Ooh, okay. Looking down, can you describe the chains? So that where are they wrapped? At least do I still see them?
On you?
Correct.
They're where they were when you were speaking with Estriel. You have 4 chains, one on each of your limbs. The green one that's wrapped around your left arm is broken. The others, red, blue, and black, are intact. And even here in this space, they are tethered and tugging on you, leading you away.
Ooh, okay. I'm still standing in her palm. I'm going to move to throw my arm out, wrap it around the chain, the one that's intact,
Yeah.
and then bringing the free hand up, grabbing the chain. Got 2 thoughts here. Knowing the chains bind me to the people of Lathyrus, I'm going to try to pull on those bindings and channel my knowledge of a past life to try to see what we remember. I don't know what I got. In this space where we're closer to divinity, maybe, I don't know. I can roll something if you want.
Give me a religion check.
Gotcha. That's another 17. I think it's +3, so it should be dirty 20. Yeah, it's a dirty 20.
Okay. You pull on the chains, and the vision shifts slightly to a beautiful, resplendent temple. 4 great statues look out from around it. It is perfectly circular, with immense 50-foot tall marble columns, and above it, floating in the center, attached through and to the roof of a beautiful blue dome, you see a massive orange gem, light shooting up into the sky from it. And now you see the armies of Lathyrus being slaughtered on the grand stairway that leads up to this temple. And you see 5 points of light, resplendent in their power. One has taken the form of a green dragon. She is breathing the poison vapors of her form down into the celestial warriors of divinity that are climbing up the stairs. Another, though you cannot make out his shape, moves faster than your eyes can see, a blur of red, as he drinks from the necks of angels and mortal servant alike, fighting his way down the stairs. Another, you see, reaches a hand out, and you watch as a angelic being, a beautiful woman bearing 2 swords, is lifted off the ground, and she is crushed into a sphere maybe 2 feet across, shrieking in agony as she does so. And you also see another leading a battalion of heavily armed soldiers, a woman in beautiful armor, bearing 2 crooked blades, a smile on her face as she carves her way through the servants of the divine as they start to try to get past her into the temple. And the 5th point of light, Velcius, you see a man in heavy armor, a sword and a shield. He's leading the guard, holding the final line before the temple itself can be accessed. You see yourself standing there, fighting. And then you start to hear it. Voices in the darkness around you. Your soldiers. Your city. Your people. A solar swoops down. A 20-foot tall archangel with 4 wings, and he grips you around the neck and he lifts you off of the field of battle. And he throws you into a distant tower on a mountainside, where he falls upon you with his divine blade and he pierces through your chest and ends you. The towering mask consumes the visions, and the voices are forcibly flushed away as your heartbeat itself stills again, and you are embraced by the bitter cold of the winter's chill. You kneeled before him and worshipped him as a god. And in order to stop him, Valsius, I spent my entire army to strike your city down. You see the city of Lathrus hanging in the sky in the distance as you stand next to the bleeding body of your former self. The angel stands towering over your corpse and withdraws from it the blade. You watch there is a flash of brilliant light from the temple. And shooting up from it, you see towering in immensity a 55-foot tall and growing angel with 10 wings. And you hear from a mask that begins to descend from a cyclone forming in the sky, "No!" And you watch as a divine hand, falling like a mountain from the heavens, collapses on the angel and collapses on the city of Lathrus and strikes it down into the earth. And as it falls, the main center island breaks into 5 pieces, which falls down into the lush jungle and forest below. And you watch as the forest decays. You watch as water seeps up from massive wells under the earth. And you watch as the Othamor is born in the destruction of your city. It had to be done, Valsius. He had to be stopped. You were the one thing I did not anticipate. I did not think that by sealing him away, I could give him one more chance to return. You are his key.
You both are asking for the same thing, and I do not understand that. You... What's... He asked to be freed by breaking the chains, and you sent us to break the chains. Why?
The waterfall returns. The heartbeat returns. The vision fades, except for the large opalescent platform you found yourself on in the beginning. A woman, 5'10", black robes that descend across her face that disappear into an endless night, stands in front of you, not 2 feet away. She takes off her mask, and you behold the face of the Matron of Ravens. A beautiful woman. Her skin almost as white as the mask that she wore. Her eyes are of a deep jet-set black. Her raven hair flowing down, set perfectly on her shoulders. But the biggest thing about her you see is her eyes. How sad they are. There is only one way, Valsius, to truly destroy him. There is only one way, Valsius, to free the world of a possibility of his return. There is only one way, Valsius. You must break every chain. You must slaughter every one of his captains, your former friends. And in the moment of his freeing, you must strike him down, and he will be unmade.
He said he could free us. All of Lathras. Does he lie?
All things lie. Divinity, angel, devil or demon. They speak that which serves them best. I do not lie to you now when I say it serves my best interest for you to destroy him. And I do not lie to you when I say the souls that he has claimed, he has already consumed.
He attempted to take your place, did he not?
He did.
Or was it a...
And as he rose, I saw him coming, and I struck him from the side with every soul that he had bound. His ritual I broke, his temple I locked away, and yet I see it now floating above the ruins of its peak. And I see the chains growing closer to it. Celsius, there is not much time.
Could you forgive the people of Lathras and myself?
She's crying endless tears, but her face remains still as she puts gentle arms on your chest, like a grandmother would to a child. Celsius, I never hated your people. It was too late for them when I knew. And I am so sorry. I was preoccupied with other things. And by the time I realized, it was too late to save you. The chains pull you, and you feel yourself fall to your knees. He is calling.
What time is up?
Velsius.
Thank you.
He completed the ceremony. The longer he resides there, the more powerful he becomes. Velsius. A god does not beg, but a god does ask. Seek and destroy the chains, and then unmake him. Awaken. You are floating on the surface of the pool. You exhale, and you exhale the steam of warm breath in a frigid place. And with that, we'll take a break. Hey, welcome back to Rewind It Media. Look at this dude. Isn't he creepy? Yeah. I'm gonna paint this guy for a one-shot that's coming up. The players don't know it yet. If they're watching this, spoilers. But I do have some news while I do this. Announcement number 1. The Veiled Light, the first few episodes, are now available on Spotify. And announcement number 2, the Rewind podcast, our movie and television review show, is available in its entirety also on Spotify. Now, I know a lot of you have been wanting the ability to just put this on in the background, put our shows on in the background, and do other things. And hopefully, by being on Spotify, we give you that option. So, hit the links, go to the Spotify, follow the podcasts, plural, and get caught up with the Echoes of the Broken Chain and with what Oz and I are talking about. Movies, television, everything in between. And I will be here painting this horrific monster when you get back. Thank you. Bye.
Galliard.
Yeah. What do I do?
Takes you some time, but you find your way to the old gnomish quarter of the Stark Docks, carrying with you a pull cart with metal support bands, thatching materials for roofs, that kind of thing. And it's it's familiar. It's been some time, nearly 2 months now, but you find yourself in front of a small home with a quaint cooked mud walls that are of a warm tan color, thatched roof in need of rethatching. Some strands of treated fiber have begun to wear, and tiny holes seem to allow some of the rainwater to fall through. There's a small bit of gray smoke coming up through a small chimney, and inside, you hear 2 children laughing.
The house is pretty beat up.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other houses in the area? Like, does this look worse than the other ones, or is it in better shape?
Give me a perception check.
That's a 14.
14. Some of the other houses in the area are a bit less worn as this one. Like they've had better maintenance. You do see there's a small garden in front of this one, and you remember half of Tambra Spineback's body falling into it. You see it's been replanted and is mostly taken care of, though some of the plants further away from the front entrance of the house seem to be wilting compared to those that are closer.
Have I dropped off the gear yet?
You still have it.
I have it. Can I find who I gotta drop it off to first?
No.
I'm assuming maybe like a Zalezo person or.
There's an old rotund dwarvish man, and like the center, it's kind of like the gnomish houses are built in like a semicircle around this central point. It's like a small little raised stone platform where you could have little gatherings or something like that. And you see there's like an old round dwarvish man, full shock white hair and beard, that's in these 2 big tefts that have bands at the bottom to hold them together. And he's currently talking to this small group of gnomish fellows, and he's going,
Well, you'll have to retreat the wall because the fire got too hot and damaged some of the internal structure.
and you see the gnomes all nodding in agreement. Yes, yes. As you approach.
Excuse me, I brought some supplies from Maker's Hall.
Oh, the order. That's for the Belberpot family.
And what family is that? Can I drop this off somewhere?
That one.
And he points back at the quaint home you just walked away from.
Shit. So they order this.
The community put funds together to help them rethatch their roof.
It's a little damaged. Did the battles get pretty big over here, or is that from previous?
It's from where? Timot Belberpot died 2 months ago, sadly. And young Denya hasn't been able to take care of the house so much because she has her 2 little ones inside, Hilgi and Tormund.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll go take this over there. Thank you.
Of course.
And I'm gonna pull it, and as I'm pulling up, I am going to throw the hood over my head.
Okay.
And I'm gonna activate one of the charges.
Okay.
You just seem like a human, like size. So I'm gonna just
Okay.
watch that a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna knock on the door. How big's the place? I remember how small it was last night.
Gnome sized, so
Okay.
this front door would be maybe 3 feet tall.
Okay, lit. Then yeah, I'm gonna lean down and just which is like one knuckle, just lightly knock on the door.
You hear a from inside, and then you hear the scampering of little feet. And you hear a woman go, "I'll be there in a moment." And as the door opens, you see short with fair skin and bushy brown hair, in the swampland peasant's garb with an apron and gardening gloves that are stuffed into a pocket. But right now she is kind of washing soap and water off of her hands. She's got sandals strapped up to her knees, and she smiles faintly at you, but it's fake. It's not a real happiness. Hello.
I brought an order from Baker's Hall.
Oh, for the roof. Are you going to fix it, or?
Yes, the work was included, so I just wanted to let my presence known before I start knocking around on the
Okay.
house.
I'm Denya. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll keep the kids away from you. Hopefully they'll let you do your thing.
Okay, if you if you want to take him somewhere while I do this, that will also be okay.
I don't have anywhere to take them. I'll just put them in their room. They'll be all right.
Okay. I'm assuming from my background that I built my own house or hut, I would say, right?
Yeah, give me
In
a
a sense
history
that
check.
I would. Bet. That is going to be a 13.
13. You remember thatching almost every roof in Drakeneld. It was extremely difficult to learn, but once you figured the hang of it, it became routine. It takes you a few missed opportunities. You pull some thatch out, and there's like a small cave-in of other thatch as you've hit a point where the supports aren't there. But over time, you're able to remember how to do it, and you start fixing the roof.
I want to do it as best as possible.
Give me a dexterity check.
Just a straight dexterity check?
Yep.
That is an 11.
11. Okay. For the next 45 minutes, you pull broken support beams and replace them with the new ones. And then you re-thatch layers of thatched roofing, cake them down with the wash to make sure that they stay sealed. And after a little while, you feel a tugging on your ankle. And you look down and you see a tiny little girl. She has her mom's bushy hair. She's got this great big smile, and you see most all of her teeth are in there, but they don't seem to be sitting right. As this little itty bitty gnomish girl tugs through the illusion and tugs on your armor and goes,
Hello, sir.
I look down and, am I being too loud, sweetie?
No, what are you doing?
I'm fixing your roof.
Oh,
Would you like to help?
uh-huh.
I'm gonna gently go down and pick her up.
yeah. You pick her up as you lift her off the ground. And she kind of just grabs onto the tufts of the roof and just starts tugging. There's no thought behind it. She's just helping.
So I have to nail in a few sections like this, and I'm doing it lightly.
Every nail. Every time you hit it.
Would you like to try? And I kind of
Hand her
cover
the hammer.
the hammer. I don't hand her the hammer.
Oh, okay.
It's just almost like a,
Yeah.
like, here, help me.
don't-
It's like you're trying to help a little kid just do it. Like
she tries to pick it up, and it's so clumsy that it'd be a bad idea.
Yeah, for sure.
You get that immediately.
Uh-huh.
But you're able to hold on to the head of the hammer and guide the strikes into one of the nails, and it takes way longer than it normally would, but you are able to slowly
Okay.
drive this nail into the into the support beam to keep some of the tufts of thatch there. And you hear a young boy's voice go, "Hilgi, get away from him, he's working." And you see this little gnomish boy is peeking out from the end of the small little hallway that their room is at. And at that, Denya turns and she goes, "Oh, Hilgi, I'm so sorry, sir." And she walks over and kind of holds her hands out for her little one.
It's not a problem at all. She was actually very helpful. And I bring her down to her mother.
She takes her and she sets her down and she wobbles a bit and then keeps walking. "You take your 4-year-old self and you go back into your room." "Is the roof almost finished, sir?"
It is almost done. Thank you.
"Thank you."
Is there anything else you need?
Make an insight check.
Oh shit! I got a little sad, bro. Lit. That is a 14.
She looks down. She says, "There's a lot, but I don't think you can help with it."
I'm sure I can. It doesn't hurt to ask.
"Well, the fireplace needs to be fluted, and then the gardens need to be ripped up so I can replant them, and I need somebody to watch the house so I can take the kids to school for once. Well, only Tommen. He's old enough for the human school."
Okay, and you could do that today?
"Yeah, I could."
Do you have anything prepared for dinner or anything like that? I will gladly help. All I ask is for a meal, and if you don't have the ingredients, I'm more than happy to. And I pull out like a gold coin. Fly.
"Oh, wow. A gold."
Maybe on your way back from dropping off of school, you can pick up some stuff for you and your little ones.
I'm sorry, I just don't know you. We'll have a communal stew. I'll tell the others in the town, and we'll make a big pot going. That old dwarf outside will love it too. Could
That
you
works
go
for me.
and fetch? Could you fetch the ingredients?
I can, yes. Once I'm done with the roof, I'll go out.
We'll need one of the drying elk down at the Stock Docks Market, and then any starchy vegetables you can find. It'll work.
Okay. I will do that.
Cool.
But yes, take your kid to school, and I'll do what I can before I head out.
Cool. You're able to find the things. She's able to do her chores. And as the stew is getting made, that's when you see coming in through the clouds the 2 sky ships.
Mhm.
I need you to make a perception check.
I was hoping you would ask. All right. As Tyler reminded me, I am rolling with disadvantage, so that's why the rolls have been low. So let's hope. You said perception?
Perception, yep.
Okay, lit. 2 16s. So that is going to be a 18.
An 18.
Yes.
You
Hold
see
on.
the beautiful, resplendent warship of Vasselheim fly in. You see upon it 2 large ballistae-like assemblies, numerous soldiers of the Bastion, whom you now recognize from your dealings with them yesterday. And you see at the bow 2 proud, tall, standing warriors in platinum armor, looking down over the city as they approach. And behind it, you see a stubby sailing ship. And you think to yourself, no.
That's all I was thinking about the whole time. That's all I was thinking about the whole
As
time.
you look on the side and the name says the Tavern's End, as you see what was once the roof of the tavern in Port Dumali, the Skyship's End, come falteringly in, and then land with a huge splash, sending a small tidal wave into the Stark docks, causing a bunch of the swamp boats and people there to be swamped with disgusting water as it lands hard. And you hear, "Fuck!" as the ship lands. And then you hear another voice, "Oh, I didn't land it right," from the distance as you watch the ship start sailing towards the dock in front of you.
Yeah, I'm about to say I'm in Star Docks, right? So it's
You're in
like
the Star Docks,
relatively
yeah.
close. Yeah. Okay. Lit.
They're sailing towards the military wharf. And it's around now that you watch Mikhail and Bazza fly over your head, and then head off towards that direction.
Is is the stew almost ready? As like, or
You've
you
just
did the-
returned with all the ingredients, and you see the base of the stews being made, and you watch. There's now 30 or 40 people in this little area, and you see they're smiling, and the children are playing, and you see Denya seems happy to be making this large meal for everybody as you dropped off the ingredients.
Perfect. Well, I was able to clean up the chimney and do a few other things that you asked for. I think all that's left is for me to fix the garden that you had asked.
Oh, don't. She's kind of looking past you at the sky ship coming in. Don't worry. It's, wow. I'll deal with it. Thank you so much for your help. She looks up at you. You could come back in. The stew will take maybe an hour if you want some. And we'll feed you. It's the least we can do.
Oh, that sounds good. I left a few tools by the house, so I'll just go get it.
Okay.
Is she at the house or is she somewhere else?
She's at the little center garden area I told you about. That's between all of the houses there.
Okay, then yeah.
Yep.
I'll go to her house. I'm assuming opening the door is relatively easy. I don't want to break anything, but I want to just kind of like
Oh, it's
open
unlocked.
it up. Okay, perfect. I want to open the door and then sneak in a few pieces of gold.
Okay.
How much is gold? How big is gold in this part of Otha? Well, yeah, but okay, cool. But I'm saying like how much would it be for like a good?
Most people's daily wages are paid in coppers.
Oh shit. Okay, fuck.
Y'all are just used to gold because you're fucking adventurers. That's just not
We're
the normal.
balling, bro. We're balling.
That's not the normal for the majority of the economies of Exandria.
Lit. Just because, oh man, but it's so big. I don't want to leave a bunch. Because it's like it's gonna break the house. You know what I mean? That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the house. Can I? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm debating on what to do. Do I really want to come back to the stew? Only because it just feels like it's gonna get sad. Yeah, fuck it, I'm coming back. It's fine. I go towards the dock
Okay. You go towards
with
the
plans to
dock.
come back.
Okay. You head towards the dock. Velsius. You find yourself standing outside of the doors. They are closed behind you. Within the Temple of the Raven Queen. And you hear a commotion from coming upstairs. You hear people going, oh.
Oh shit. Is the commotion, is it audibly like shocked, or is it just amazed?
Give me an insight check. Roll that fucking die with disadvantage. Because you ain't exhausted, sleepy
two.
little boy.
It's a
Two?
two.
You're not sure. You just hear people gasping.
No, you're not sure. Killed me. You're not sure.
I'm gonna go deeper, so I want to make my way towards the chambers of the histories of laughter, chamber of history.
Okay. You remember it's gone.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought it was just the tree from the chamber.
The whole chamber was
I did not.
teleported away.
I did not understand that. My bad. I'm with my 2. I'm gonna be curious. I'm gonna head upstairs to figure out what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. No, you go upstairs and you see the crowds of people that were laying their loved ones to rest are divided in interest between 2 points. Half seem to be looking towards Beekeeper. The other half are looking towards Otha.
I'm gonna glance towards the Beekeeper first, opposite direction.
You see and hear lightning and thunder begin. As green arcing bolts of energy are spilling out of the veil and collapsing into some of the surrounding territory, causing small fires to spark up, ripping up the earth. Give me a perception check, actually.
Give me 16.
16. That was with disadvantage?
Mm-hmm. Yep, 17 and 16.
Damn, still lit. Okay.
Rolls have
You
been
watch
good.
one of the lightning bolts and you swear you see what looks like a figure fall through the bolt of lightning and impact into the ground. And then you see another lightning bolt hit into the side of a building and burst the roof into flames. And it's a building that's on the side of the mountain just at the base of the Veil of Night. And you see there's a bunch of apiaries out front of this building. As you watch the roof lightly catch on fire and you start seeing distant figures running back and forth and rushing water on top of the roof. In the other direction, you watch 2 skyships are entering into the Othamar and are setting themselves down near the stock docks.
Ian, can I
Yes.
ask a quick question?
You can.
The figures that were putting out the fire, that outside of the veil or inside of the veil?
Outside.
Okay.
You feel a tap on your shoulder, Velsius. And one of the sisters comes up behind you and almost like pointing you. She points you at the veil, at the lightning, and then she turns your shoulder and she points you at the ships.
Are they going into the veil?
She nods.
Thank you, sister. If you have any need for us, please just send word to Ruddy.
She puts a hand on the hole in your chest, and you feel your holy symbol tremor just a bit.
Nodding, I'm gonna turn.
Cool. Do you head back?
I'll make my way. Do I
making
recognize
your way?
either of the ships? Not from that distance, right?
You can give me a perception check, but you're way farther away, and there's like tree and swamp in the way. No? Okay. You see 2 ships, and then they disappear behind the tree line because you can't see them like landing from where you're at. Ray. Ruddy Pete has made you appear back in front of the tower. And his hair's frizzled. You see Mildred is rocking on her porch. And she looks over at you and she goes, doing fucky magic again, are you?
I don't say anything. I just throw my thumb up and walk inside.
All right. Pete follows you in. The bard's door opens for you. The bard's not in there right now. The door just opens for you.
Okay. Before I catch up with the rest of the group, I'm gonna spend some time in my room, but I'll see you later, Ruddy.
Oh, okay. Where did that door go?
He just takes off through a doorway, and the door changes as he walks through.
Okay. I'm going to head to my room, and I'm going to work on casting Find a Familiar, and use that owl bear feather that I got from the cave, and like that's how I want to use to like summon owl. Like that's what my Find a Familiar is going to take the shape of.
Okay. What kind of owl?
Just like white owl. Think like Hedwig from
Okay. Yeah.
With
Harry
like a
Potter.
barn
You
owl.
take the.
Yeah.
It's an hour, I believe.
Yeah.
You take the hour to ritually cast Find Familiar, and then standing in the ritual circle in front of you is this beautiful, broad, white feathered, tufted out with little, like the feather horns of an owl, you know, emerald green eyes. A white owl stands there and as it stands there in front of you, tapping its claws into the wood.
I'm gonna like give a little rustle of the feathers. And I'm just gonna be like, "It's nice to see you, Blaze." And then I'm going to apparate it out and just have the feather again and tuck it away.
Yeah. Cool.
And then I'm going to do some sendings. I'm going to use my Pearl Power and Harness Divine, Harness Divinity to get 2 spell slots back, so that I can send 1 to Tolna.
Okay.
And for that one, I'm going to say, your Lord and Savior Galliard asked me to contact you. Wants to know where you guys settled in so he can check on you.
You hear. That counts as 1 word.
Our Lord speaks! Listen! Listen! Speaks to us! Lord? Lord? Great Blue One! We have made many waters for you. Speak! Speak!
I'm
That's what you
going
get.
to cast another sending and ask. Wonderful, more waters. I'm sure he'll love that. He would like to know where you are, though, so he can pick them up.
The many hosts of Yggdrasil. We've made a camp, and we've conquered tribes.
The laugh counts as 1 word.
Our number
was that?
is more than this. Can you see hands? Hello?
I'm not gonna respond. Where was that?
The many hosts of Yggdrasil.
Do I know anything about that?
Give me a history check.
Okay.
I would have. Okay, above table. I would have fucking died. She's like, we're on the 3rd rock to the east, on the right. Too good.
24.
24.
Mini host of
Yes.
Yggdrasil?
Yggdrasil. Yes,
Okay.
no, you know that there is a point in Jorhas where, in the past, 5 warring tribes of one of hobgoblins, one of orcs, one of goblins, one of 5 warring tribes of different monstrous races fought for many days and nights and fought themselves to a stalemate and then decided they would be stronger if they made a city. So it's 5 hills, and on each of the hill is a little war camp, and that is a city in Jorhas of
Okay.
monster folk.
And
And
then
you-
I'm gonna use. Oh,
You know roughly where it is, not like exactly, but you know it's east.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm gonna use my last one to contact Paima.
Okay.
And
Yo, wild. Sorry. Hold on. I'm shook. I was not expecting that at all. Continue. I apologize.
I'm gonna say to her, with your help getting us back, we were able to save 2 major cities from extreme events. Where has your self-identifying journey taken you?
Ray, I find myself just north of Zadash. In a manner, I have taken many of those children on the list and keep them safe here. But someone is after us.
Kids on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know anything about that?
I wonder if Ray does. Give me a history check.
Okay. Uh, 18.
She mentioned that her version of the Rift Watch had a list of sorceress potentials, and that list spanned multiple worlds, not just hers.
So kids with magic potential.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I am no longer able to send anything.
What a
And no way to
pull.
recover anything. So I'm gonna head out to like the common area
Ray!
and see if.
Ray! Ray!
Yes, ready.
Ray! Hey.
Hi.
You look tired. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, there's skyships landing.
Oh, skyships.
Yeah, one of them looks like shit. Awful. Little piece of shit.
Oh,
And then the
okay.
other one, it is like this stubby, beautiful little, mess of a ship. So yeah.
Does it look like it belongs to any religious figures?
Yeah, the piece of shit does. Vasselheim. But the other one is
Oh.
so cute. So cute. I love it.
Okay. So I'm assuming the adjudicators are probably here. So
Oh, fucking
we might.
adjudicators. I might not go outside for a few days.
Oh yeah, perfectly fine.
Yeah,
I
unwanted,
kinda
it's
gotta
fine.
go say hi. For what?
Sorry?
What are you wanted for?
Huh?
I'm gonna go outside because I'm probably needed to say hello to these people.
Okay,
You
yeah,
can
you,
stay
you
inside.
do that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
keep
yeah.
trying to find that demon.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
find them.
Yeah.
We'll eventually deal with it.
Eh.
Yeah.
Okay, bye. Where'd that door
I'm gonna
get to?
Start heading to the Stark docks.
Cool. Bazza. You are the first one that can get there. Let's get this. You and Mikhail fly down, and you see above the Stark docks the banners. Oh.
Sorry, I think my audio just cut out. I didn't hear anything. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Um,
Last I heard was I was the first one to get there. Sorry.
yeah. You and Mikhail fly down, and you see, flying above the military wharf of the Stark docks, the banners of the numerous different cities of Port Damali and the Menagerie. And you also see the banners of Divinity, as you now see interlocked between the Zalezo at guard posts along the wall are now Bastion soldiers of Zalezo. Or Bastion soldiers of Vasselheim. As the two ships start sailing into dock and reaching their ports, and they start getting tied up, you start seeing crew disembark, and you do see Priest Offred Jobert is walking out and is shaking the hands of two heavily armored people.
Hey, I don't care about Alfred at all. I want to check out that ship.
Okay. Which one?
The beautiful little stubby guy.
Okay, give me a perception check.
4.
4. It's a stubby little boy.
Are their crew disembarking? Are they on there?
You see they're struggling to tie the ship up right now. And even with a 4, you see there's an immense ogre on the front of the ship who is currently yelling off the side, "The rope! Throw me the rope!" And you see two frightened Zalezo on the dock going, "Oh, God, what do we do?" And not throwing him the rope.
I'm close. I mean, I'm familiar enough with mooring a vessel.
Okay.
Beautiful ship you have there, and I'll...
Cool. As you're flying.
No. When I came down, we would have landed. And I would have scurried, not to be too keep it innocuous. You know?
Okay, so you land in the military wharf.
We didn't really discuss it. I just,
Okay.
Whatever. Like the least, I'm coming in at like these holy vessels where people are. No.
Yeah.
Standard. Runaway paranoia kicks in. Polite distance.
Give me a stealth check.
Or.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's first nat 1 in a minute. So that's a 6.
Yeah. You fly in. You see the military wharf is cordoned off like a mini fortress in the city, surrounded by soldiers. And you go, but that point right there, if I land just right, nobody will see me. And Mikhail can just follow behind. And you do land. And you land hard. As you fall into it's the point where the spears are held up so that if the guard is called to action, they could pull a spear and run out right in front of the tiny little barracks office for this little military wharf. And you just crash into it as you land. Mikhail landing softly beside you. And hold on. And as you do, you hear, what was that? And you watch as a bunch of people with scimitars out start coming out of this little barracks and coming towards you, blades drawn. Halt! You cannot enter the military wharf.
Oh, it's just I tripped over your
You
weapons.
knocked all our shit over.
I'm sorry. Let me. No, I was just going to help the vessels more. I apologize. I'll bow politely and start to.
Mikhail very gently lands next to you, and you hear from the distance,
It's all right. They're okay. Just let him do his. It's fine.
As you see, Offrey Gilbert is like yelling across the military wharf at these soldiers as you start frantically trying to pick spears up. It is around this time that Galliard, you make your way to one of the front gates of the military wharf, and you hear and from the inside you see Zalezo, one of the Zalezo at the door, pulls his blade, opens the gate, and walks inside, and you see past him, struggling to pick spears up, is Bazza, and standing behind him, kind of with a smirk on his face, is Mikhail, who's like...
While they're distracted, can I just walk in?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll take off my hood while walking in so it shows
Classic
what.
Galliard right there.
You walk in,
He's like,
you
take
walk
care of
in,
that
the
shit."
illusion
Whatever.
fades as you walk in, and just at this point is when Bazza picks up the last of these spears. Well, put them back on the... I'm not going to place them back there. You knocked it over.
No, oh no, I'm dusting. I apologize. It got a little muddy.
Get off of me. Go do your business, and you... Galliard Dryston, yes, you are welcome here.
No, I'm
So
with
this-
him.
Spears are...
Galliard, it's my friend Galliard. Galliard.
give me persuasion.
No, I rolled the shit. 4, 5.
He goes, you lie about being a party to one of the heroes of the city? Should I clap you in irons or not?
If he does, if I do hear his name, I would turn around.
Your perception.
Yeah, Galliard, no, you hear it.
Cool.
Galliard.
No,
I turn
it's
around.
like-
I'm like, yes, he's with me, and I flag him down. Both of them, actually.
Oh, great. Back to nap time, boys. They just kind of leave.
Was one of the heroes of the city, I think.
You find yourself on the docks here. You see Chef is yelling at these two Zalezo to give him a rope. The rope! Give me the rope! The rope! And they're just holding it.
I'm guessing you're here for this, too?
Yes, it's the most beautiful thing I've seen.
Well, this?
Just look at it. It's so stubby and...
I mean, I think it's one of my first times seeing this skyship, too, and, I mean, listen, it doesn't matter, but I actually know him, so...
You hear a...
You wanna...
Introduce me?
And you watch as like a little makeshift patch breaks below the water line, and you watch as water starts flowing in, and you hear like muffled yelling from down below in the ship. as Chef goes, "What's happening? Galliard!" As he starts yelling, and he just and heaves himself off of the boat onto the dock, which cracks under his immense weight. And Galliard, you have a giant 1-ton ogre is rushing towards
Shit.
you quickly.
I wish Ceramon was here. Chef, how are you? And I just think about it.
He picks you up and just squeezes you, and your back pops.
Easy. I almost died yesterday. I
And he puts you
don't
down.
need... Cool.
And
Jeff,
you.
This is Bazza.
I'm just looking up.
Come to Chef.
I see. If
He
you see just going in.
He goes to
Oh.
pick you up, and your back pops as well. He's like, you smell nice. And he puts you down. And you see on the captain's deck of the ship in full pirate regalia. Oh my god. You see your homegirl, Melanie Pendrada, full pirate outfit, insane hat with a huge feather that's red, as she takes the hat off and bows nobly low, and she goes, Galliard and new person. A most esteemed pleasure and honor to introduce you to my beautiful, fine, and perfect in every way vessel, the Tavern's End. She puts the hat back
Well,
on.
aren't you a sight for sore eyes? And this is Bazza. He's...
Bazza, is it?
Bazza, a
admiring
fine
your
seaman
ship.
we will make out of you.
Oh, I grew up aboard ships just like this one. This is
No.
gorgeous.
Welcome to the Tavern's End. Where are the others? Are they dead?
I think briefly. No, I think we're all still alive. Yes, actually.
And where is that big hunk of lumps, Ceramon? Chef has been missing him dearly.
He's actually out on a mission with fellow
Oh,
Zalezo.
and he did not see this majestic vessel come into land?
I guarantee you he probably is on his way.
Okay, wonderful. And where are the other two morons?
Well,
Belsius
you
the
know,
moron, and of course, Ray the devout and holy boy. Where are they?
I would assume since you made such a grand entrance that they are probably somewhere nearby. Speaking of which, Mikhail, do you mind sending him our way if you see him at the entrance?
Oh, yes. I could just go fetch them.
That would be great.
Sure.
That would be great. Either way, works.
Without needing to roleplay
Also,
it, Belsius grabs the two
Mikhail,
of you.
yeah.
Or
Oh, jeez,
Mikhail
please,
grabs the two of you, Belsius and Ray, and returns with you to the dock, right in front of the ship.
Shit.
Oh. Hello, everyone.
Ray and Belsius, a pleasure and actually an honor for you to bestow your eyes upon such a magnificent vessel. And that piece of shit.
She looks over at the beautiful, pristine Vasselheim skyship.
I've never seen a ship quite like that.
You know,
Come aboard! Come aboard!
I feel something of akin to this ship, and I'm gonna point at my chest and then point at a giant hole.
Oh, right. Unlike yours, we're patching this one.
I'm
Lower the
working-
gangplank.
And you see as two like nasty, sweaty sailors in just ragged clothes pull out a wooden plank and lower it down so that it sits down and can be climbed up onto the ship. And you see this plank is double wide and triple thick, so that a certain ogre could also embark and disembark on this vessel.
Oh, what a journey it's been. What a journey it's been. Welcome aboard. I am your
Yeah,
captain.
show us this new ship of yours, Captain. And I say that very sarcastic.
I will. Shall we convene to my quarters?
Are they still where they last were?
They are. They're just upside down. It's a pain in
Right.
the ass. Yes.
If the vessel wasn't moored, because the Zalezo didn't take it over, I would walk it across and
Oh yeah,
tie it
I would
off
say
and-
you're the only one that will actually moor this ship. Nobody else will do it. The crew aboard doesn't know what to do, and yeah, you're the only one that moors this ship.
She
I've
just
got
wears
my
Sorry.
I've got my journal out and I am taking where I'm just everything.
You there! Come aboard the ship after you've moored it.
Hi.
Oh, I like when they use the terms. My office. Let's go, lads.
All right.
She leads you back to what was once her master bedroom, and you notice that a lot of the fixtures have been flipped to be on the what was once the ceiling, but you still
Beautiful.
see a lot of the fixtures and anchor points where they would have been locked into places on the floor above you. And you also do see the bed frame is still above, as it was nailed into the ground. And she just has the mattress laid out in the middle of the office, and she kind of has it shoved back, and you see there is a makeshift navigator's table that has been placed kind of at its foot that has terribly drawn maps of the Menagerie Coast, of the borders of Wildemount. I'm talking like you would look at a map from the 1700s. Like, it does not make sense. They're so wrong kind of map. And she says, come in, come in. Let me take my hat off. What a fine vessel it is. I left Scarlet back home to deal with the tavern, which now doesn't have a roof. We were able to put this together with what little broomstone we could afford by selling off a lot of Father's properties. He's still alive, by the way. Barely. He's in the hospital still.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you came. Aren't you the head of the family still?
I am. And the head of the family should see her family's first skyship on its maiden voyage. Wouldn't you say? My master-at-arms, Galliard?
That's a good title, I'm not gonna lie.
Of course, Galliard.
Oh! Master-at-arms, you will love this. We got our hands on a working cannon.
Okay.
Yep. Only one, though.
Only one cannon.
Yes, so the ship has 4 gun ports on either side, and we have 1 cannon. So if we want to move it, we'll have to move the cannon. It would be... But that's what Chef is for. He can just move it.
So it's just you and Chef.
No, me, Chef, 6 unassorted crew, and 1 odd turtle that wanted to come on the journey.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How's your assistant, your liege, little halfling guy?
Oh, that guy. Man, even the DM has forgotten about him.
You know what's funny is he was in my head the whole time.
Look,
I was hoping he'd be here.
He's working to continue the training of the verdant worms and make them into a somewhat competent fighting force. They number at 50 now, and their training has been severely lacking now that you and you, Master Brassborn, have not been in the city of Portamoli to train them.
Well, I'm sure as you saw on your way in that
Things are fucked, yes.
Yeah, big time fucked. We may have unfucked it a little bit, but fucked nonetheless.
Why is there a giant veil of nightmares above what used to be a mountain, I believe?
I wouldn't look into it too long. It's a little scary.
I looked into it and I saw my sister's face, and that was awful.
I was about to say you'll probably see somebody that you've known that's dead. We're actually going there on the 14th.
13th?
14th. No, the 14th is the mission.
Is
The
that
13th is
why
never
they
before.
wanted us to bring this ship?
Who's they?
When those judicators knocked at my door and said, "We require
Shit.
another vessel to go with us on an expedition," I didn't know they wanted... They're not even going to take that fucking piece of shit in there, are they? Are we the sacrificial ship?
Yeah, that actually
It
makes
seems that way.
sense. Fuck. Okay.
She yells.
Well,
It's about now that
that's-
Bazza enters.
This is all developing now.
Hello.
Melanie Bazza has been with us since we got to Beekeeper's Peak, and he's proven himself very useful. And he's a big fan of the ship. So,
Really? Well, Bazza, this
I
is
like
the
what
most
you've done with the deck.
patchwork shit job we can do in 2 weeks' time.
You would take suggestions or care for a hand? I am
I
happy to lend.
think we
purpose.
would when we're back at dock, which might never happen now, I guess. But as you can see, it was a quick job. She points out the front door of her cabin, and you see the point where the banister for the spiral staircase had anchored to the ceiling. And you see they have just replaced the wood there with a circle, and it just is completely wrong. It's probably not even treated right for being seaworthy. So yeah, it would probably start warping relatively soon.
Interesting place for the officers' quarters. I don't expect the stern to support it.
Most things won't support anything in this stupid ship. Actually, if you go below decks, you'll see that everything is reinforced with pieces of 2x4 that we nailed into the walls to keep the structure together. And we also got the central support beam for the second floor of the tavern, which has now collapsed, and have laid it out to be the bottom busk support beam for the entirety of the ship. And it's not working very well. The whole ship bowed when we landed in the water, and I think somebody broke their ankle.
Ah,
It's a fine
Well?
ship. Fine ship. If you want to go around on a little tour, you have my permission. Lieutenant?
my captain. And,
Great.
And
Would
you,
you like to christen the ship?
it's already been christened. The Tavern's End!
I was just
Remember, it's the opposite
Well,
of the...
the sky ship's end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
no.
right. Because
Yeah.
this was at one point. And now it is again.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
shouldn't it be that the sky ships
wordplay.
end now again? Once
No.
again?
No,
No, it's funnier the
Airships.
other way.
because it's the tavern has ended. It is now a
and-
sky
but
ship
now,
again.
But the sky ship has begun.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
so
if you would like to add to your wonderful knife collection, I have one that you may like.
Ooh, really?
And I pull out one of the Colt's knives. One of the sleeper knives, that's the triangle blade.
Oh, that's ugly and awful. I'll take it. Normally I only take the
go.
knives of people that I myself kill, but this will be a nice little gift, thank you.
Oh, we killed a lot of people that were wielding these.
Oh, have you been monstrous while you've been away?
Always.
more like
just
heroes.
handling
I
a
don't know if you heard,
problem
but we
here
are
or
the
there.
heroes of.
Heroes? I haven't
Oh,
heard
so-
shit about you being heroes.
I mean, we were kind of the heroes of Port Damali before we left.
Were you?
Saved the whole. I mean, we saved the Gallo.
Ah, rich nobles, those aren't the people.
Well, so question: do you plan on staying on the ship, or do you plan on potentially
Our captain
looking
does
at
not leave
the
her
manor?
vessel.
Oh, well, I guess that's the answer. I was wondering if you were gonna check out the manor.
No.
I was only asking because I could escort you if you wanted to. It's just a thought.
No, I appreciate that, but I have no desire to go there.
Understandably so. Are you going to participate in the expedition now that you know what's going on?
Where my vessel goes, I shall also go.
And your vessel
Apparently.
is
This
Yeah.
ship that you're standing on right now,
this is going into.
apparently,
Uh,
they said
So
something
is yet
about a
another.
meeting.
So is yet another person that Vasselheim is willing to put in danger, huh? Right?
No comment.
In their defense, they did pay us 10,000 gold.
Holy shit!
Us.
They paid me 10,000 gold. And I've already made sure that the crew has been paid. And I could
Captain.
make sure that you are paid if you are part of the crew. Master
Well,
at
as your
Arms.
but say as your master at arms, I wouldn't mind helping. So we're taking off the 14th.
You need
Right.
another. You said you need a cannon, right? I'm gonna produce.
Well, that's the
an
job of the
eldritch
Master at Arms,
ma-
to
magic.
command the cannon. Oh, you want to become a piece of
I will-
equipment
I will
and not
be
my
the
lookout boy?
I lookout boy works.
Lookout boy is hilarious.
Could be the powder monkey versus.
It's like I'm not very good at this, but Ruddy was talking about like a chair. It's like a lookout with a. There was a dirty
crow's nest.
Shit. No, I was thinking of the chair in my quarters. The crow's nest. I think that works.
Chair in your quarters.
Yes, it was
Interesting. Bazza, I believe Ciramon will be my powder monkey, and Ray, you
Ah.
shall be the ship's chaplain. The well-being of the crew and their religiosity, I leave to your efforts. None of them will believe you. But you can try or do whatever it is that you wish. That odd turtle fellow, where did he go? Somewhere
I'll guide them on
downstairs.
their way.
And you, Lieutenant Bazza, the what's your name?
Oh, that's just great.
Okay, Bazza, you will. What do you do? What does he do?
Me?
Magic.
Magic.
Ask him to show you a card trick.
Do you have cards? Do you play through Dragonente?
Of course.
Oh. Well, that could be good for morale as well. There's a meeting in the morning of the 14th before the expedition leaves. The ship captains, the crews, and the gathering of mercenaries.
Where are we meeting?
At the break of dawn in the wharf commander's office. Which is... She leans out and points at the largest building inside the military wharf stockade. That building.
Okay.
As members of my crew, I expect you to be there.
Yeah,
Will do.
don't think we have a choice, but yeah, we will be there.
Well, I think this trip will go splendidly. I asked my dear friend Olga to see into the future, and she said things would be wonderful for us.
Olga.
Yes,
Yeah, the fake
Girlfriend.
viewer. The one you like so much.
The one that's with
She have a boyfriend,
Titus.
full tattooed man.
Titus.
Oh, yes, Titus. He's such a nice fellow.
Do you mind if I go below decks?
You're the lieutenant of the ship. I don't have to allow you to go anywhere.
That's
Except for
right.
my room. That's off limits. Except for when it's the captain's office, then it's open to everyone. I'll put a sign.
Okay.
Forget which it was on the same floor. Is my room here?
Oh, right. We had to kind of remove most of the other rooms for this to be the top deck of the ship. So
that
you
makes
have
sense. That makes
a
sense.
bunk downstairs, just like the rest of the crew, except for me.
That works splendid.
If you're
Thank
worried
you.
about your belongings that you left there, we put them into the living quarters of the hospital of my former manor.
I trust you with my stuff, though. That's not a problem at all.
Yes. And this fine skyship, the Tavern's End, if we all live, will be yours to take. Remember?
Correct, and yeah, and now that we know that Bazza is well versed in the ship, it should be a little bit easier.
Hopefully.
At least.
Hopefully. We do need to find some more broomstone and relatively soon. As you can see, she points to the central mast, and you see built around the central mast in these crude metal, almost like a metal crown that is emblazoned around the central mast, are metal buckets that have broomstone inserted into mesh wiring of the buckets. And when it fires to keep the ship aloft, you actually watch as some of the mesh moves before the ship does, and you watch a stone or two will start sliding out, and a crew member will come over and pat them back into their spots to try to keep them there. As you can see, our assembly was quick and was done with what broomstone could be found in the greater Port de Mali region, and most of that 10,000 gold went into purchasing it.
Looks like
So-
quick and efficient. It looks like.
It's Valsius, that's the kindest way of saying the biggest piece of floating garbage you've ever seen in your life.
I would have
And
never
I
said
appreciate that kindness.
that. Of course.
But also, fuck you. Bazza,
as expected.
For the DM, is
Oh.
the amount of broomstone that is
Bazza.
in... is the amount of broomstone... Would compare the amount of broomstone on the ship to the amount of broomstone underneath the...
you
island?
have hidden significantly more broomstone than is on this vessel.
Thank you.
Significantly more. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool.
Still tied up by the dryad...
Yep.
By
Mm-hmm.
dryad
Hidden away.
tulips.
Her
Perfect.
name is
Thank you.
Tulip.
Tulip.
Yeah. And it's about now that you see the armored adjudicators, 2 of them, disembark the ship, the other ship, and walk down. They're clasping Alfred Jabert's hand. You watch as Alfred points towards the second ship, and you see these 2 figures turn and look towards your group through the doorway of the captain's quarters. And you see they are wearing masks. Onyx masks. They do not show their faces. But one is gigantic, a huge, bulky looking person. And the other one is small and lithe and has an immense bow on her back. Yeah, they
Before
were
we
creepy the whole time. Sorry?
Yeah, I was gonna say before we interact with them, just a little information for everybody. Don't get on their bad side. They're
You
kind
mean-
of the main fighting force of Vasselheim and will easily not treat you well.
Don't break laws, or do we have to be
Got it.
polite?
Bazza,
I think both.
maybe you and I go below deck.
Stupid god shit anyway. I'm gonna walk below decks. I
I'm
guess.
gonna lean in. And
Are they
talk-
coming this way?
I'm gonna.
No, they were just looking in the distance.
I'm gonna.
Actually, Ray, I gotta talk to you about off-read anyways, so.
Okay.
And I'll wait until these two are down below deck to do it.
Yeah,
Yo.
Velsius Bazza, you go below deck and you see. Oh, it is rough. It is a makeshift below deck space that was not designed to be living quarters. It was designed to be open storage, and is now has roughly lain. What are not cots? What are they? Hammocks that are laid up, connected to a central support beam. You see the support beam that used to be the support cross beam of the second floor of the tavern is laid down on the floor and has been roughly nailed in with these terrible metal brackets into the base of the ship. And you watch as occasionally a tiny bit of water will seep through one of the nail points and then come back out. You also see storage, and you see the through hole that was roughly hewn to put the central mast in has a metal basket base that the central mast is simply sitting on
in it.
with gravity. It is not nailed in. It is just put there. And you see it is surrounded by 2 rings of also roughly hewn, soldered together with cheap iron gems of broomstone, not yay big, that are lapped around, almost like putting a belt on with bullets, but instead of bullets, it's little pieces of broomstone that you hope will keep the fucking ship aloft. And you see there are 2 people asleep in the corner, just snoozing away with an open cask of rum that is gently spilling as the waves slightly move the ship back and forth. Just
That's this is the bilge. And this is also where, upon
Whoa.
any sort of impact or hard turn, where all of the ass of the ship will fall out of it. There would not be below deck, or really any reason if you don't have to.
Okay, this is the first time I've been on a ship. This is normal, right? I mean, I'm gonna go lean on the mast.
yeah,
No,
this you lean on the mast and you feel as the ship moves. Your weight doesn't move the mast, but the ship rocking with the gentle waves, the mast is very slightly shifting in the base.
This is very flexible. It's very.
Some mad genius, to be polite, did this. I must tell you, this is a very bad idea.
This
is a very bad idea.
It's perfect for us. We make those work all the time. I think it's. Oh, take my hand.
Tap the rum of the and passing, and just kind of like them to jostle by.
Is
The
there
other
enough?
2 of you,
Okay.
yeah, no, you're good. They've just left. You're
Oh,
in
So
the
it's just
office
the 2
here,
of us and Melanie.
and Melanie. Yep.
Do you actually know anything about adjudicators, Melanie? Is this something that you're aware of?
Children's stories. You know, a dragon attacked a village. Vasselheim sent the Judicators. That kind of thing.
Okay. So I talked to
Wherever the
door.
betrayer gods may be, the Judicators shall find thee. That kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I've heard that one before.
Hmm.
I talked to the door, Ray,
Yeah.
this morning, and they let me know that they had, or the tower had a visitor late at night. Stood in front of the door for 15 minutes, staring. And that was
At the door?
Yeah, at the door, or maybe through the door, in the sense of like just looking in that direction. But that person was Alfred Jorer.
Interesting.
Very interesting. At first, I thought it might have been one of the Volstruckers that is hailing Bazza, and apparently not me. That's another
What?
story.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
our new
shit.
friend. He there's some assassins after him.
Volstruckers? Close the fucking door.
Yes.
She. Volstruck, keep your voice. What do you mean there are fucking arcane assassins of the Cerberus Assembly after one of our friends? Your friend. I do not claim him. I do.
It's
He's
too late,
not
he's
the
part of the
left.
Air quotes, friend. We're still getting to know him. He's helped us a lot.
He's been very helpful, actually. But yes, I thought it might have been one of. And sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Melanie. We'll talk about this in a second. But I thought it might have been one of the Volstruckers, but it was apparently Offred, just staring off in his armor for no apparent reason. I don't know what deal is.
Do you think we confront him about it?
I don't see why not, but I also don't want to talk to him too much. And I pat my chest.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, or any of the adjudicators, probably.
Probably
Even though
is
we'll be
best.
going on a mission with them, and they will be on this ship with us in
That's
a couple
fine.
days.
I can blend in pretty well with this, and I just show off the rags.
I never should
Yeah.
have said yes.
You,
This should
you
have.
know,
This
we're a
should have
complicated
stayed the
mess.
roof of a tavern.
no.
Now we're all
think-
gonna die. We're all gonna die.
Well, hopefully
I
not.
promise you, you will not be.
No. You know what? I take it back. I will live. You all are going to die,
That's
and
more
that
like it,
will.
yeah.
I will remember you fondly as you pass on.
Maybe a statue would be great.
A statue.
And
I don't need a
With
statue.
what money? I put it all into the ship that I never should
Well-
have had. And now
Listen,
this
Melanie,
arcane
it's a whole
assassins,
lot. I don't know.
fucking Volstruckers.
Yeah, we got to deal with Volstruckers, we got to deal with Judicators, and we got to deal with a lot of shit
We
apparently
have
in that thing.
one cannon. One.
And I don't see why they couldn't just help supply you with more stuff if they need another vessel. Unless they don't think this vessel's going to make it back, but that's another story. So...
If we all die,
Yes.
push them off first. I think.
Push who off first?
Push
The
those
adjudicators.
Vasselheim fucks off of my ship.
Well, yeah,
first.
obviously it's them and then the crew after that before
Yes,
us. You know
and
what I'm
then
saying?
Chef, who will find a way to live. You should hear some of his stories.
I don't think Siramon will let that happen.
Oh, Saruman.
I forgot about Cerebon. They're about to be just super loud in the ship.
He's about to run in here and it's going to sink.
Yeah, it's gonna be two big fellas here, huh?
Yes,
I gotta even think
there
about that.
are. And
Well,
this
and
ship
the
was built
adjudicators.
for human-sized persons.
Maybe we should make sure the ship is better before we get Cerebon.
Well, it's
on
a
it,
good
'cause-
thing we're at a military dry dock and that we have a few days
Yeah.
to fix this piece of shit. I mean,
Oh, speaking of which,
beautiful
we
vessel.
might ambush the Volstruckers in a day or two, but that's another story.
You can do that. I will not.
Yeah, no, you won't.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just
you
letting
don't
you
have to
know
be
in case
involved
we
in
get,
that, yeah.
we get, you know why.
Oh,
I would turn down the mission if that happens. Like going into that veil
we'll
of
take the
darkness.
golden run and become pirates on the high seas. You know what? I'll take your advice for that, Ray.
Yeah, I don't know how well it's going to go with our dealing so far with Beekeeper and the mess that is within that.
Yeah,
A lot of ancient stuff.
what's happening there? What happened?
What
You remember
didn't
the
happen?
Dryad?
Yes, I do.
After
Remember that bitch that
the-
poisoned my father.
Yeah, after we killed her, Beekeeper became a big mess. We went to go check it out and made things worse. And now this veil is showing dead people as you look at it.
Well, if the
And they want us to
stories
go look at it.
that you told me of your time in this Riftwatch Spire indicator, that tracks. That sounds like a normal thing for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
You
would
know,
think
my
so.
family also feels like I make a lot of mistakes.
We'll unpack that later. Speaking of the Spire stories,
Mhm. I spoke to Paima.
you
Fuck do you mean you spoke with Paima?
Just earlier, actually, I sent ascending to her. Just wondering how she was doing, where she went when she disappeared from us.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she's
And-
doing fucking great.
Well, she's in the Dendwalian. Nah, I can't say the word right now.
Dwendalian Empire.
Yep. She's in that empire.
The Danish
North of Zadash. Yep. And she said something about kids on a list and someone was after them. You know how they were, the Riftwatch Spire was looking out for people of magical anomaly. The kids probably had high potential for that, and she's with them.
And so she's
but someone's
hunting them
after
down.
Nope.
Oh,
Seems
oh.
like someone's hunting them down.
Hunting children. You all have a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you were gonna say
Dragon in the Rift Watch.
what the fuck? How? Well, first off, how do you know about the dragon?
You told me about it when you told me
Oh,
what
that's right.
happened.
The rundown. You're right. The rundown. I forgot.
do you
Oh my
mean,
God,
how do I
so
know
many
about the
days. I
dragon?
apologize. We got a bunch to unpack.
We drank
mean
wine
the
together, and you
winter?
told me everything that happened.
Yes, I forgot. I'm sorry. The wine hit me a lot harder than I expected. I'm sorry. Okay, so the dragon.
What?
Is he here?
What? Did you describe him again?
His name was the Frigid Doom. Is that what it was?
Endless winter.
No,
Endless
that one's
Winter.
dead.
That's
that
a
one
different
died
one.
in Draconia.
That one's a canon event that happened a minute ago. Okay, but I was trying to remember the name. Endless Winter.
Was he a large white dragon?
Yes.
Yep.
4,000 years old, some say. According to my notes.
he was- He was. He was. That shit kills me when you do that. He was, and I think I remember this.
Actually, no. Velsius, you're peeking up through a hole in the floor
I'm fucking dead.
to this conversation. And you and Bazza are right next to each other. She goes, "Oh God, fix this.
Down
Fix
here.
that
There's holes
now.
everywhere.
Fix it, please. I change clothes in here, and I do not need people looking at me.
I didn't need to know that. But yeah.
Were you
Well-
looking at her?
No, I just
He was
got
wearing
here.
a
All right.
dress.
Look,
Out of curiosity-
a ship sailed into dock in Port de Molly, completely cased in ice.
Fuck. That's cool.
You mean that second meteor we saw coming down after we landed might have been?
It
Yeah.
looks small though, but
The entire crew was frozen mid-combat.
no survivors at all.
It took 4 days to thaw them out. They were all long dead. One of them was frozen with a rifle mid-shot, and we found the mini bolt in the ice.
Yeah.
That's how quick they were frozen. And it was a large ship, 3 masts, 4 decks, 6 or 7 cannon, I think.
Did you take any of theirs?
No, they were reclaimed by the Clovis Concord.
Oh, I was gonna
It was
say
a
probably buy
menagerie
them cheaper.
warship. And now
War-
trade has slowed throughout the Lucidian Ocean because now the menagerie needs to send more escort ships with the trade vessels.
Sounds rough.
I guess
Yes, it does.
How
Getting
frozen
prepared
were they?
business.
Were they really
Dragon
frozen
to this.
or?
Well, I
Fully.
saw it. I saw it pull into dock. It was a block of ice on a boat.
It sounds like the endless winter.
Well, then you have a dragon that you are going to have to hunt eventually.
Not it. No.
I don't think we'll have to hunt it because dragons,
kind of
from my knowledge, kind of go on the hunt.
Oh.
And we didn't treat him very well before we left.
First off, I tried to. You guys fucked it all up for me. Fine.
I'm not
Galliard-
the one that tried to run away from him.
Galliard's
Who
homies
did? Oh,
with
it was
him.
fucking Paima.
All right,
You think that's who's
boys,
hunting them?
boys. All right.
You think that's who's hunting them?
Oh. No. Zadash
know?
isn't near the Lucidian Ocean.
Zadas is in central one
Yeah.
India. The Lucidian Ocean is to our south.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fine for now.
Whispered to Velsius. You guys fought a dragon?
Yes. Kind of.
Pretty cool.
It was very cool. Very cold. Very cold.
Look, we have a lot of repairs to do. The ship needs to be made, I guess, combat ready by all the gods. And I want to install 2 ballistae platforms on the front, which means we need to install the support structures for those ballistae platforms. And I also want to put armored slats on the glass because, well, it's glass. And I'm not trying to die horrifically. And we also have to build a, I guess, partition between my crew and the mercenaries and other crew that we're going to take aboard in the below decks.
Yeah.
And any other improvements that you guys can think of, because we have 4 days to work on this fucking ship. And I will be damned by all the gods if the Tavern's End is going to go down on its first mission.
I think we might die.
Shut
I
up!
hope not.
That's fair.
Why
So,
does you bloody do that?
I don't know.
gentlemen, should we get to fucking work? And I think that's where
Sounds
we'll
like we
pick up
need
next
to.
time.